Welcome to Linux Basics for Hackers V2, the new and updated version of Linux Basics for Hackers. From Hackers Arise, as you know, I'm OTW, and our intention over the next 3 days is to cover nearly all of the book. We won't cover all of it, but nearly all of it. We'll try to hit all the high points of the book, the key information that you need. All right, so sit back, relax, and let's get started. First of all, I'm hoping that you have a copy of Linux Basics for Hackers. Yeah, okay, that's a good start. You don't have to have it though, right? I mean, you can follow along in this video without the book. It'd be easier if you had the book. You also should have a version of Kali available, but in reality, this will work with any distribution, almost any distribution of Linux. There's lots of different distributions of Linux out there. Our intention, though, is to teach you Linux from a hacker perspective. So what do you need to know if you're getting started as a hacker and using Kali Linux? What commands are essential? All right, just I could have written a book that was 1,000 pages long, and we all know there's books out there on Linux that are 1,000 pages long. My goal was to condense the essentials into a 200, 250 page book so that it would be more approachable, consumable. Okay. I didn't want to intimidate people by offering everything and anything on Linux. I tried to say, okay, what is it that you absolutely need to know to be able to operate within Linux and operate in a cybersecurity hacking environment? So that's the whole intention of the book. Hopefully I accomplished that. It's been a very good seller, so I think at least some people believe that that has been accomplished. Okay, let's take a look at what's going to happen for the next 3 days. All right, I'm going to go ahead and show you the course outline. And basically, the course outline is going to follow the book very, very closely, okay, with some exceptions. All right, so we're going to start off with an introduction, and then we're going to cover some basics. We'll then go on to text manipulation. We'll look at networking, adding and moving software, file and directory permissions, process management, using environment variables, bash scripting, compressing and archiving, storage device management, logging, services, anonymity, wireless, loadable kernel modules, and automating tasks. So, okay, Daniel says, no, he cannot hear. Okay. Daniel, you cannot hear. Okay, after a little bit of technical difficulties, we're back in business. So basically we have like 16 chapters, 16 units to cover in this book. So our plan for the next 3 days is to start at 3 p.m. UTC. We'll run to about 6 p.m. UTC, so about 3 hours. We'll take a 15-minute break in the middle of that. And then at 6 p.m. UTC, we'll take a 1-hour meal break, come back for hour and a half, 2 hours. So you'll get about 4.5 to 5 hours of instruction each day. And I think we can cover it in that time. That means we have to cover about 5 to 6 chapters each day. Right? And I think we can do that, especially at the beginning. The chapters are relatively brief at the beginning of the book, and they get a little more extensive and later on in the book. So if there aren't any questions, let's get started. Okay, let's start off talking about careers for hackers. All right, a lot of people, the general public, when they think of hackers, they think of cyber criminals. Right? And people who are trying to take over their computers and steal their credit card numbers and their identity, and that's accurate. There are some people who do that as hackers. But especially in the last 5 to 10 years, there's been a huge expansion of what hackers can do that are legal and legitimate professions. The first one, okay, and the one that most books tend to focus on is pen tester or penetration tester. Penetration tester is somebody who gets paid to try to hack a company's, some institution's systems, trying to find the holes, the vulnerabilities in the system. All right. So they are a good guy hackers, what some people might think, call them, or a white hat hacker. Their job is to find the vulnerabilities before the bad guys do. But we also know that almost every military now in the world has a group of hackers trying to hack their adversaries. The Chinese, the US, and the UK, Iran, and Russia are probably the most active countries in hacking their adversaries. And each of these countries employs thousands, tens of thousands. Uh, Daniel, I'm sorry you lost your audio again. Hmm. These countries employ tens of thousands of hackers, and they're not all working for the military. Oftentimes, they're working for private companies that contract to the military. So, like in the U.S., there's well over 50,000 hackers working for the U.S. government. About half of them are working as employees of the U.S. government. The other half are working for private companies who then contract to the U.S. government to hack other countries, and in some cases hack their own citizens. Uh, Probably the fastest growing area in the last 5 or 10 years is bug bounty hunting. This is a little bit different than pen testing in that in pen testing, the hacker is trying to find known vulnerabilities. So you're not trying to find a 0 day, something nobody's ever seen before. You're saying, okay, let me see if I can get into your system via known vulnerabilities, known holes in the system. Bug bounty is where companies pay people to find essentially 0 days. All right, 0 days. These are flaws in the software and the network that have never been seen before. And they pay bounties, okay, they pay a fee if you find these flaws in their software, in their systems. And some people are earning, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars doing this. Most people are making somewhere in the area of $10,000 to $50,000 a year. The good ones are, but occasionally you'll see somebody who earns just huge amounts of money. So it's a very could be a very lucrative profession. Okay. Also espionage. Every country is using hackers to spy on their adversaries. And then I should add one more category here that you don't see on the screen, and that is that there are organizations that, like VUPEN and the hacker team out of Italy, VUPEN is in France, and there's a number of them in the US that go out and try to develop 0 days, and then they sell them to governments. Okay. Um, VUPEN does very well out of this. They sometimes sell their 0 days for millions of dollars to governments so that governments can spy on their own people or spy on their adversaries. A good example of this is the Eternal Blue, which was 2017, that was sold to the U.S. NSA, National Security Agency. It was used to spy on adversaries and on American citizens. It was developed by an outside contractor who sold it to NSA, and then it was stolen from them and put out on the internet. Okay, and the last category I want to talk about is the InfoSec engineer. If you're working in an infosec, if you're working in information security and you don't know how to hack, you're at a real disadvantage. The best InfoSec engineers are those who know how to hack. If you don't know how to hack, how can you possibly protect the systems? All right, it's kind of like, any sport. Think of any sport, and if you only knew how to play defense, okay, and didn't understand what the other team's offense was, you aren't going to be very good at stopping them from scoring. Okay, whether it be basketball or football, you have to understand how the other team is attending to score before you can stop them. What are their strategies? What are their plans? How do they go about doing? What are their assets? You need to do that in sport, and you need to do that in the world of cybersecurity. You need to know how the other side operates to be able to protect yourself. And that's why this hacking training is so key for anybody who wants to enter cybersecurity or InfoSec. And that's going to be generally going to be the largest category because we're employing millions of InfoSec engineers around the world. And all of them should have some hacker training. So that's who we're targeting. Okay, all of these categories. So no longer is the hacker simply somebody in a hoodie in their mother's basement. Okay, right now hacking has become a legitimate career. Okay, a well-paying legitimate career for millions of people. All right. So hopefully you join those ranks. All right, well, let's get started. Okay, let's start with the basics. I'm going to go ahead and open up my Kali, and we'll talk about some of the basics. If you're using the book, hopefully coming into this class with a setup, okay, of Kali in a virtual box or in VMware, the first couple pages show you how to set it up. Hopefully you've been successful in doing that. I think you guys are. Let me go ahead and open up my Kali. All right. I got a couple of them running here. This is Kali 2023. Okay, so we're at 2021 and I'm recording this. So it's maybe 6 months old. All right. Let's go ahead and open it up. And a few years ago, or about a year ago, the folks at Offensive Security made some changes that are not covered in the book. And that's one of the main reasons for offering this class. We'll be offering a second edition, an updated second edition of Linux Basics for Hackers in the near future, probably next year. Okay. And it looks like my Kali is slow to open up. Let's see what's going on here. Just getting a black screen. Let me just close it down. We'll restart it. And I've got some other things running here. Let's close them. All right. Let's go ahead and restart Kali 2020.3. All right, here it's booting up. I'm running 32 gigs on this system. It runs pretty smoothly. Obviously, not everybody's going to have 32 gigs of RAM. The more you can give it, the better it's going to run. But generally, probably you should have 4 gigs of RAM and a relatively fast processor. Okay, one of the first things that you'll notice, okay, since 2020 came out, is the authentication. It used to be that with Kali, and this is, my book reflects the 2019 and earlier, is that you logged in with root. All right. Now, with the newer version, you log in with Kali, and then whatever password you set up Kali with. I think the default is going to be Kali. Okay, and this is simply a regular user. Now, Like all operating systems, you have privileged users such as root or system admin in Windows. In Kali, you have root and then you have other users. So rather than logging in as root, with 2020 Offensive Security, the developers of Kali have set it up so that you log in as a regular user. This is designed for security purposes. And so that's what we're doing here. We're logging in as Kali. Kali is just a regular user. Okay. Now, once it goes ahead and boots up, all right, the first thing you need to do is to open up a terminal. And there's our terminal. Click on it right there. Okay. You see it reflects Kali here. One of the key differences, okay, we just talked about logging in as Kali now as a regular user, is that to get root privileges, okay, in Kali, you need to use the sudo command, okay, before you run any commands that require root privileges. One of the things I don't like about what they did with Kali is that if you run a command, let's just try like this command, say ifconfig, and we'll get to this in just a minute, but just as an example, ifconfig, you'll use it a lot. I use it a lot. Basically what it does is it gives you the network settings uh, for Linux. If you run it without sudo before and hit enter, it comes back with this command not found. I don't like that. It should come back and say you don't have adequate privileges. All right. But instead, it comes back as command not found. That can be really puzzling for a newcomer. So if I go ahead and go sudo ifconfig, all right, and it asks me for my password, and then it gives me all the information I need. So this is simply, I don't like the way this is put together, but I'm not the one who's deciding it. Other distributions of Linux will often come back when you need root privileges. It'll come back and say you don't have adequate privileges. With Kali, they've designed it and says command not found. That you'll get used to that. Right? You'll get used to it. Know that it's really not an issue of there's no command. It's an issue of you don't have privileges. But I don't like it. So whatever that's worth. Um, so that's one of those key. Those are the key differences with the new versions. Is that you need to use sudo, okay, to get root privileges, and you log in as a regular user. My book does not reflect that. All right, so that's an important distinction, and it can be. And I've heard from readers who've been very confused by that. They've tried different commands in my book, and they've run into problems where it says command not found. Why is that? Why can't I find that command? Why isn't it on my system? Well, if you use sudo before it, that'll take care of it. Okay. So before we take a look at some of the commands in Linux, let's take a look at the file system in Linux. The file system in Linux is really significantly different than you'll see in, say, a Windows system. Okay, this is the file system, or something like it. Actually, this is very similar to what's in the book on page 5. Okay, and at the very top of the file system, okay, you get this slash or this backslash, okay, forward slash, and this is the top of the file system. This would be similar to, say, the C drive in a Windows system, right? But it's not linked to any physical drive. It's just simply the top of the file system. This is one of those things that you need to get adjusted to, all right? Also note, okay, that under root, okay, so don't confuse, this is the root of the file system, and there's a root user, two different things, all right? So this is the root of the file system, and then there's a root user. This would be the directory that belongs to the root user. And there can be, there will be directories for every user. For instance, right? One of the key commands of getting started in Linux is the present working directory, PWD, present working directory. And we can see this is where I am when I boot up. I'm in home Kali, okay? So I'm in the home of the Kali user. It's important to know where you are to be able to navigate through Linux. Let's go back and look at some of the others here. We have the etc directory, okay, etc. etc is generally configuration files, so that every application generally puts its configuration files in the etc directory. Here's the home directory, okay, that we just saw in our Kali. Remember, it was home Kali. So it's home for all the users, and then each user has a directory under home with their things. All right. We have the mount. This is where outside new drives are mounted. In other words, they're attached there. That's where if you put in a outside hard drive or you put in a thumb drive, they're going to mount there. Now, I just said that you would put a thumb drive in there. Quite frankly, most new operating systems now have a separate directory called media, okay, that does, it is a mount place for thumb drives. So there's going to be slight differences between the distributions. We have the sys directory, we have the proc directory. Okay, proc is a view of the internal kernel data. So this is if we go into the proc directory, this is going to give us a kernel's view of all the processes. That's what proc stands for. Sys is a kernel's view of the hardware. Dev is the special devices file. So every device has a file here. Bin is binaries, be similar to executables in Windows. We have sbin or system binaries. And then we have libraries, okay? Libraries are very similar to DLLs in Linux or in Windows, where you have code that applications can use, okay, code they can reuse over and over again. That makes writing code a lot simpler rather than everybody writing code for how to open up a window. You simply call the window library, for an example. But there's lots of code in the libraries, similar to a DLL in Windows. So it's kind of the basic view of what's going on in the file system. The most important things, I think, for starting off is that you need to understand you have the root at the top of the file system, okay? And that's different than the root user over here. And that these are the primary directories under root. And probably the most important ones are going to be the binaries, the device, the mount, the etc, okay, and probably home. So these are all directly under root. So if we were to go, let's go back to our Kali and let's go and move back one directory level. We're introducing the cd command or change of directory, all right? And by going cd ... so move up the directory structure one level. So move from this directory to this directory. If we hit cd, now we're in home, and we can go pwd. You can see we're in home. If we go up one more level, going up one more level from home to root, that's root right there. Let's go cd ... okay, and now go pwd, and you can see present working directory is the root. We're at the very top of the file system. Now, one of the key commands to learn in Linux is the ls command, the list command. So now that we're at the very top of the file system, we can go ls, all right, and we enter ls, we see all of the directories at the top, okay, just underneath root. Here's root, okay, that's where we're at, and we're saying, okay, show me all the files and directories under root. And you can see here's bin, etc, home, dev, like we had in the diagram, our libraries, okay, several libraries. These are 32-bit, okay, 64-bit. We have a lost and found directory. That's where files that get corrupted or lost get placed there. Here's media, which I was describing. This is where your thumb drives, when they're attached now, will go to media by default instead of mount. You can send them to mount if you want, but by default, they'll go to media now. And we'll cover, if this is, and I'm covering this very quickly, but this is just showing you, get a feel for the directory structure. Okay, you can see I have some applications in the root directory as well, which is not really a good idea. Spiderfoot I have in there. I don't have any others in there. Probably should put your applications in your user's directory. All right, that would be home Cali, right, or whatever your user is. You could name your user whatever you want. Okay. So let's go through some of the basic commands. All right, I mentioned PWD, all right, present working directory. That's a key one to always have a good idea of where you are in the directory structure. All right, you can always type PWD. It'll show you, come back and respond with where you are in the directory structure. Who am I? Okay, is also an excellent tool. Okay, tells you what user you are logged in as. So generally, when you're working in any Linux, you're usually going to have, well, maybe multiple users. So maybe you have access to the root user and your regular user. Which one are you right now? Okay, well, I can just type who am I, and it'll come back and tell me. All right. Then to get around the file system, we just a minute ago had used the cd command. Okay, this is change directory. If you use the command line in Windows, you've probably used cd there as well. And I can go ahead and change directories by simply telling it I want to go, okay, I want to go to the etc directory. All right, cd etc. And it changes to the etc directory. Then once I'm there, I can just go pwd, and you can see it comes back and tells me, hey, you're in the etc directory. You're in the root top of the file system, and then etc underneath the top of the file system. If I need to go back one level, back up to root, I can just go cd and then go ... Okay, ... takes me up one level. Okay, and now I go pwd, and I'm in the root directory again. All right, I could go to cd, say etc again, and let's go and take a look at all the directories under etc. And there's lots of them. These are going to be most of the applications on your system and their configuration files in there. So let's see, let's take an example. Let's use an example. Let's talk about Apache 2. Okay, so we could go and go say Apache 2, change direction to Apache 2. That's our web server. And then go ls-l. We have lots of files in there. But we can go pwd here, and you can see it now reflects in the command prompt that we are in etc Apache 2. We can also then go pwd and get the same response. Now, if we wanted to go back up to the root, we can go cd ... dot dot. This would take us up 2 levels. All right. And now if we go pwd, we've gone up 2 levels. So to go 1 level, we just can do dot dot. If you want to go 2 levels, go slash dot dot, and you can actually do as many levels as you need. All right. Okay. By simply going dot dot forward slash. We looked at the ls command. Okay, ls command simply shows us all the directories and files there. I prefer, and I think most people prefer, using the ls with the -l, all right? And that displays all of the directories and files in that directory, but lays them out vertically with the permissions, and we'll get to permissions later on in class. Okay, these are permissions right here with how many links there are, the owner, okay, and the group, the owner and the group, the date it was created, okay, and then the name of the directory. And if it has an error like this, it says that is a linked, there's a link between user and bin. What does link mean? It's basically very similar to, well, you have linked files in Windows, right? So when you enter bin, you're actually going to user bin, all right? It's a alias. In Linux, they're called aliases, all right? And so we've simply created an alias or a link between bin and user bin. You see there's several aliases out there. Right? Lib is an alias for user lib. Lib32 is an alias for user lib32. These are simply linked files and directories. So when you type one, you get the other. Right? Sometimes it's used just to save on typing, and also sometimes it's the links are created to make it backwardly compatible with other software that might have used that directory or file name. All right. Okay, so lots of good information here. This is the way I prefer to look at my file system and my directories, is using the ls-l. You may choose otherwise. All right. There's also ls-la, which will show you hidden files. All right. So certain files are not meant to be viewed by everybody, and they're hidden. You see a couple of them right here, and cache is hidden. They begin with a dot, and they're not going to show up when you use the ls-l. If you use the ls-la, then they'll appear, and you can see them. Sometimes we might need help, right? And there's some conventions in Linux that usually work. Now, there's a lot of conventions in Linux, and usually they work because Linux is developed by volunteer developers. There are conventions, but everybody doesn't have to follow the conventions. And one of those conventions is that there's a help file that's usually the name of the command followed by a -h or a double dash help. Okay, let's try it out and see. So for instance, if we were to want to be able to hack some wireless, the best tool for hacking wireless or Wi-Fi is aircrack. All right, aircrack NG is really the tool. I got to spell it right. Okay, aircrack NG. There's lots of tools out there, but most of them simply are interfaces. They're GUIs to work with aircrack. Aircrack is a command line tool for cracking Wi-Fi. It's the best, but it takes a little more time to learn. That's why these other tools are out there that use aircrack. So aircrack, if we wanted to get help with aircrack, we go --help. And there's our help file. All right, we'll scroll up a little bit. I'm just using the wheel on my mouse. All right, and here's my aircrack help file. If I wanted the help file for, say, Nmap, I go Nmap. Nmap is a port scanning tool. Just do Nmap-H, hit enter, and here's my help. There's a lot of information there. So whenever I'm using something that I'm not familiar with, even if I am familiar with it, there's so many switches and options, we still might want to use the help, to learn a new way, or I forgot. You don't have to memorize all the switches, right? If you use the same switches over and over again, you're probably going to memorize them. But if you don't, you're probably going to have to check on the help screen. All right. There's another way to get help, and that is using the manual command, or man for short. So I could go man and go nmap. Okay, and this will pull up the nmap manual page, and this gives me a lot more information. All right, I can go. I'm just hitting the enter key. Okay, and it's telling me all about nmap. Nmap support is the premier port scanning tool. There's others, but it's been around the longest. Has lots of capabilities. I'm just going ahead and hitting the enter and learning all about nmap. Now, when I go to nmap, when I'm using the man file, it is displaying the contents using a text display that requires to exit it a Q. Okay, so it tells me right here, press H for help or Q to quit. So to exit, I go Q, and it takes me right back to my command line. All right. So we can do that for any, say, air crack. The air crack, once again, is the Wi-Fi cracking tool, and it takes me to the manual page. So if the help isn't enough, okay, you can go ahead and use the manual, and usually there's more information in the manual. Sometimes new scripts or new tools will come about, and they won't have a manual page. Most of them do, okay? When people develop new tools, they try to create a manual page as well. But sometimes they won't. So sometimes you'll go and look for a manual page and it won't find any, especially if you've just downloaded a new tool. All right, hit Q and leave. All right. Then next, we want to be able to find things. Right? If we're looking for things, we're running this command from a command line. If we want to find particular commands, we have a number of ways that we can do that. Okay. One of the easiest is simply use the locate command. So if we use, once again, using our aircrack for example, just go locate, and it'll show me every place that the word locate appears. These are all the directories and files under aircrack. The aircrack NG appears. This can be really useful, but it also can sometimes be too much information. Right? Maybe what I was really looking for is the aircrack binaries, the executable file. One other thing before we leave locate that I need to point out to you is that locate works very quickly. And part of the reason it works very quickly is that it's accessing a database that's updated every 24 hours. Right? So if you put a new tool in today and you're looking for it with locate, it won't find it. Why won't it find it? Because it hasn't been updated into the database yet. So that's one of the weaknesses of locate. Locate's quick, works great, shows you every place that that keyword appears. But if I was just looking for the binaries, okay, I can use where is. Okay, where is aircrack NG? I'm just looking for the binaries. I don't care about all these configuration files and what have you. Okay, library files. Here you can see there's a manual file. I don't really care about it. I just want to know where is the binary. That's like the executable file. Where is that? So I go ahead and hit where is, and it shows me where it is. There's binaries. The binaries are in user bin, user include, and user share man. Okay. Um, we can also use the which command. The which command is even more specific. Okay. It only returns the location of the binaries in the path variable in Linux. Okay. We'll get to the path command shortly, but the path command exists in almost every operating system. Basically, what it is it says when you enter a command like aircrack, it goes to the path command and it looks in the path command to see where the binary should be. All right. And, uh, and so here, what we're doing is we're going to go and say, which aircrack NG. All right. And then it's going to go ahead and hit enter, and it shows me that the binary in the path command is user bin aircrack. So the path command is used in Windows, in Apple operating system, in Linux, although you may not have used it in those environments. Okay, it's there, but it says when I type something, where should the system look for that command? That's the path command. And we can go ahead just a little bit. Okay, this is a user environment variable. Okay, we can go echo path, and there it is. Okay, so it says, okay, when you type something at the command line, look in first under user local bin, look then in user bin, look in bin, look in user local games, and look in user games. All right, so it'll look in those places for the binaries. If it doesn't find them there, it's going to come back with a message that says command not found. All right. That doesn't mean that you can't use things that are not in the path command. And we'll later on in class we'll show you how you can use other commands, other binaries that are not in those locations. We'll also show you how to expand your path command. Okay, moving on. There's even a more powerful, I'm going to use the clear command, okay, to clear my screen. All right, when I do that, all right, clear, open up some screen real estate. We're going to use another command. This is the find command. Find it takes a little bit more time to understand it and use it. It's more powerful, but it also requires a better and a greater understanding of its capabilities. So we could go, say, find, and then go -H, and it tells me no, unknown predicate. Okay, it doesn't it doesn't work. Now we said that there's a convention that -H should give you the help screen, but those conventions aren't always abided by. The other convention would be to go find --help, and there's where the help screen's at. Okay, usually one or the other work. Okay, so here's the usage of the find command. There's a lot there, but I'm going to try to boil it down for you. I'm going to go clear. So using the find command, we first of all type the command, okay, and then we tell it where do we want to start looking. All right, so say we want to start looking at the very top of the file system. All right, that means it's going to go through the entire file system, which can take some time because it'll go through the entire file system. If we know, approximate location, we might want to put it in here. But for right now, let's use the top of the file system, and then we can tell it what type of thing that we're looking for. In this case is say a file, all right? So it's type, and then the dash, just the F is the type. We're looking for a file, not a directory, all right? And then we're looking for the name, okay? And the name we're looking for, say, is, well, let's look for something different. Let's try Spiderfoot. Spiderfoot is an open source intelligence application. And let's look for it and see if it can find it. And come back and look what it says. It's permission denied, permission denied, permission denied. All right. So this is a good example. This is what I would like Kali to do for all of the commands that require, yet it is finding some that require root privileges. So if we run up arrow, should bring up the same command, and then go sudo. All right. And that should get us root privileges. And there goes, it found a few places, okay, under user bin Spiderfoot, user share lintian override Spiderfoot. Maybe, okay, maybe we have an idea of where it's at. And let's try Etsy. Let's just say we want to look in Etsy. For this case, we're going to change it to Apache 2. And it comes back very quickly. We know exactly where to look. Okay, it was in the Etsy directory, and it comes up with 3 files within the Etsy directory. Remember, Etsy is a directory for largely configuration files. So here's 3 different configuration files for Etsy in the Etsy directory. All right. If we were to back out and say we're going to look through the entire file system for Apache 2, now this is going to be a much larger search. And if we hit enter, it should take a little longer. Yeah. And you can see it came up with a few more files, took a little bit longer, not too much longer, and found a few more files that were not in the Etsy. Okay. So the basic usage of find is the keyword find, where to look, what am I looking for? In this case, usually you're going to be looking for a file. You may be looking for a directory, in case you use D, and then I'm looking for the name, okay, Apache 2. Find actually has a lot of other things that it can do. Let's try, let's man find. Man find. Once again, we're trying to boil this down to the basics, the essentials. There's lots of options. And it can be a really powerful tool the more you know about it. But once again, trying to boil it down to the essentials, most people are going to use it to find files and directories by name. So that's what I've tried to do for you. You see here that you can define the depth to look, okay? The maximum depth levels. But once again, trying to stay with the essentials. Okay. One of the other key commands that you need to know to be functional in Linux is grep. Grep is simply a tool to filter, all right? So if we were to go ahead and say, look for PS lists all of the processes running on the system, AUX, right? That shows me all the processes. But say that I'm not really looking for, I don't want all the processes, and we'll look at process management later on, okay? But say I'm looking for a very specific process. Let's say I'm looking for, see whether or not there's a browser is open. All right, let's go say PSAUX, and then we can go put a pipe in. Now it says a pipe, what it does is it goes and says, take and display, well, go ahead and gather all the information from PSAUX like we have above here, and then send it to another command, and that command will be grep. Grep is a filter now, and say, I want you to filter and just show me where the term Firefox, that would be our default browser in Kali, just show me where Firefox exists. All right, and I find one right here. It's for the coloration of Firefox. Let's go ahead and open up Firefox. All right, let's go and open up our web browser. All right, there's our web browser. Now let's go PSAUX without the filter. And you can see we've now have some, now that we've opened up Firefox, we've got some processes that are associated with Firefox. So now let's try and filter. And this should take out everything except for the Firefox. And you can see it did that. It shows me just the lines that include Firefox. So grep is a great and powerful tool that helps you find information when you have too much information. You want to be able to filter for a particular keyword. Great tool for that. And we've learned there that we can use the pipe. Okay, that's this vertical line. Okay, on most keyboards, it's going to be the shift and then the backspace, the backslash. Okay, for me, it's on the upper right side of my keyboard, and most keyboards you're going to find it there. So you often don't use it in other operating systems. It's used a lot in Linux. It allows you to take one command and send it to another command. And that's the pipe. So this is what we right here. This is the pipe right here. It says run this command and then take the results and send it to this command. Right? That's what the pipe does for us. And we use that a lot. Okay, so that's finding stuff, okay? grep is one of those tools that can help us find stuff as well. Let's talk about modifying files and directories. Okay? There's a number of tools. I'm going to clear my screen again. Okay. One of the tools that we can use to create a file is the cat command. Cat is short for concatenate. Concatenate means to take pieces together. Yeah, Steve says touch is one of those places. Yes, we can use touches. We'll get to it. Concatenate is usually meant to display contents of a file. So for instance, cat, I can go Etsy, Apache to Apache. This would be the configuration file for Apache to the web server. I can go cat, and it goes ahead and shows me the entire contents, okay, of that file. But cat can also be used to create files. So I can go cat and then use the redirect and go hacking skills. Okay, that's the name of my file. All right. Hit enter. Okay. It tells me permission denied. So I have to use my sudo cat redirect. Redirect says go ahead and send it, okay, to this location, okay, this file name. So we're creating a file to send it to. And it's not letting me do that at all. Hacking permission denied. Let's go ahead. Permission denied. Won't let me do that at all with the new version. So this would be kind of confusing to somebody who's using my book, because they're no longer allowing us to be able to create files with the cat command. So I'm glad we're doing this right now. So we could create a file by using, say, the command touch. Okay. Well, Steve's suggesting change mod, but that would only be if that file exists. Okay. And that file does not exist, I don't believe. Let's take a look. Okay, yeah, there's no file there. There's no file to change permissions with. All right, so that only works. Steve has suggested that possibly, that I could change the permissions on it. We'll get into permissions and later on in chapter 6. But sometimes you'll get that message if you don't have permissions, and there's no file that yet exists. So what this version of Kali is telling me is that I can't create a file, okay, with the cat command. But that's okay. Right? In reality, few people create files with the cat command. More commonly, we'll use the touch command, okay? And let's go hacking skills, okay? It tells me permission denied. Let's go sudo hacking skills, sudo touch. There, okay? So to create the file hacking skills, okay, I need to use the sudo, which gives me root privileges, and then touch, right? So touch creates that file. Now if I go ls-l, I should have a file there called hacking skills. There it is, okay? So that's how I can create files. I can create any file I want, all right? And notice permissions here. Now we'll get into permissions in a little bit, but this is read and write for the owner. That's me, Kali. All right. No execute. Read for the group and read for everyone else. We can change those later on when we get into permissions. All right. We can also go ahead and make a directory. All right. So we can go mkdir. That's the make directory command. We're going to need to use the sudo command as well here. Sudo make directory. And let's call it new directory. Okay. Then we can go ls-o, and we should have a new directory called new directory right there. Okay. So touch to create a file. Okay. Make dir to create a directory. And then, of course, we can go ahead and navigate to that new directory. Right. And we do ls-l there, and you see there's nothing there. It's just a brand new directory, so there should be nothing there. Let's go ahead and put something in there. Let's go sudo touch my first file. Okay, and then go ls-o, and there's my first file. We can also use the command copy. Okay, that's CP is copy, same as it is in Windows. All right, let's go sudo copy, okay, my first file, all right, to another directory, say to the Etsy directory, all right. So we're saying, give me root privileges, copy this file to this directory, and hit enter. Now let's go over to Etsy and see if it's there. And let's go navigate up. What's called my first file should be in the M's here. There it is. Okay. Now copy makes a copy. So there still should be the file in the previous directory we copied it from. All right. So, but there's another command called move. Okay, Steve says, can you explain the LN links when you get there, please? Yeah, we could talk about that. I'll talk about it real briefly right now. We'll talk about it more and later. And I think that's one of the things that maybe I want to expand on in the second edition of the book. Basically, I was mentioned earlier, I don't know if you were here, Steve, but when these, you do right here, for instance, there's an arrow right there. This is basically what's called an alias, and it starts with and look at the permissions here. The very first letter, this indicates what type of object it is. So, for instance, if it's a file, there'll just be a dash there. If it's a directory, it'll have a D there. If it's a link, it'll have an L. All right, and then it'll show you what it's linked to. You know, in Linux, it's described as an alias, and basically what it is that it's when you enter one command and it takes you to another command. Right? It's very similar, say, in Windows, when on your desktop you have a link to a executable. You click on the link on your desktop, and it takes you to an executable that is then run on the system. In this case, if I run mtab, it's going to take me to proc self mounts. All right. If I enter local time, okay, it's going to take me to user share zone info US Eastern. All right. Does that make sense, Steve? So just it's a way to make it simpler, okay, rather than having, so for instance, rather than having to navigate or enter that whole directory, okay, that then I can just type local time. It'll go ahead and take me there and do what I want it to do. Right? If I do mtab, it'll take me to proc self mounts automatically. It's usually meant to save typing and also to make the system backwardly compatible, say, to old directory structures. All right. So that's what links are. We'll spend, I'll do a little bit in this class, and second edition of the book, I'll add that as a section to cover in the new version. There's a few things I want to add to this book. It'll be a little bit bigger in second edition. But the idea with the first edition was to get a book out there that'll get people started in Linux right away without being intimidating. Okay? I mean, you literally could write thousands of pages of books on Linux. We're trying to avoid that, trying to make something small, accessible to everybody. Now, once we have a new file, we might want to remove it at some point. Okay, so we can use the rm command. Okay, rm removes. All right. But before we do that, we have another command. I'm going to clear. Okay, this one's the move command, mv. There is no rename command in Linux. So generally what people do is they use the move command. Move can be used to move files from one directory to another, but it also can be used to rename a file. So we have this file out there called my first file. Okay, say we wanted to give it a new name. So we can move my first file, and we can call it my second file. All right. So it says, go ahead within this directory, Etsy, okay, and move my first file to a file called my second file. It's going to be in the same directory. It's just, the move is simply going to rename it. And now I go and look. Let's first of all look for my first file. Go up, and there is no my first file, but there is a my second file. So the move command renames the file. And if you're moving between directories, remember that unlike the copy command leaves the original in place. Move does not. It literally moves it. All right. It moves it to a new directory. So say if I wanted to move that new file, say sudo mv my second file, spell it right, my second file, and let's say I wanted to put it into /home Cali. That is my user directory. I am the user Cali. Okay, and it's probably where I want to keep my new files. I created it here in the Etsy directory, but I probably should keep it in my home Cali directory. So I'm going to move it there. All right, hit enter. It should have moved it. Let's go and see whether or not it still exists. Let's go, I did an ls-l. Let's go up to the M's and see my second file, my nothing there, okay? Let's go over to the Cali directory, go cd, and then /home Cali, okay? Then go let's look at pwd, all right, that's where I am, I'm in the right place. And now I'll go ls-l, and we should find my second file there somewhere. There it is. Okay. All right. If we wanted to remove that file, we can go sudo rm and my second file. And now if I go ls-l, it should be gone. And there it is. It's not there, so it's gone. All right. If I wanted to remove a directory, it's going to be rm. First of all, you got to start everything off with sudo, not everything, but nearly everything. Everything that requires any root privileges, rmdir, and then new, whatever the new directory name is. Okay. And that'll go ahead and remove the directory. If there's any contents in the directory, let's go ahead and create this directory just for demonstration purposes. Okay, let's go make dir new directory. Okay, okay, and then let's make sure that it's there. Okay, new directory, there it is. Okay, then let's navigate to it. And let's take a look what's inside. There's nothing inside, so let's create a file in there. Go touch, sudo touch new file. Okay, now there should be a file in there. All right, and then let's back up a level. Okay, you can't delete a directory when you're inside the directory. So we have to go outside the directory, and then let's go and remove that directory. So let's go sudo rmdir, and ours is called new directory. Okay, let's try to remove it. It says fail to remove, directory is not empty. All right, so you can't remove a directory where there's something inside of it. So the options you have are that you could remove the contents, or easier, is to go sudo rmdir followed by the -r, which stands for recursive. So it goes inside the directory and deletes whatever in the directory when you delete the directory. So let's go new directory. And it comes back and says, oh, you didn't do that right. So let's go and look at the help file here. All right. Things appear to have changed. Okay. --help. And let's see, the options are here's a ignore, fail, and non-empty. That's a lot longer switch. Basically what the R used to do. All right. So that's one of the changes that's in that new version. Okay. I like the -r better. Okay. It says ignore each failure that is solely because the directory is non-empty. Okay. So let's go ahead and try that one out. Notice that it's much more verbose. All right. Ignore. Okay. Fail. I think the idea here is that they made it much more difficult so that people don't delete files by mistake. So they're really making you have to go ahead and type this all out. It's probably good for security. Ignore, fail, and non-empties. I get that? Did I spell that right? Invalid option I. Oh, it's --. See, right there? I only put in one dash. Usually on single letter switches or options, it's a single dash. When it's spelled out, it's double dash. All right? Usually. There, that time it worked. Steve says, does that include directories? You're talking about subdirectories, Steve? Yes. Yeah, it'll remove everything that's inside of it. Yes. Okay, so that's chapter one. I think that's it. Yeah, just finished chapter one. I've got about 20 minutes after the hour. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and we'll go on to chapter two and text manipulation. See you then. Okay, we're back to Linux Basics for Hackers. Hopefully you had adequate time to use the bathroom, stretch your legs, get yourself some water, tea, what have you. We're moving on to chapter two now, and chapter two is on text manipulation. All right. So, how do we go? Let's start off by saying nearly everything in Linux is a file. All right. And very often they're text files. Most often they're text files. So, being able to use and manipulate them becomes really crucial. So, let's take a look. Let me clear my screen here. Now notice that I said they're text files. It's really quite different than Windows, right? Where you have, when you want to go ahead and change the configuration of an application, in Windows, you click, 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 click. In Linux, if you want to change the configuration of an application, you go to its configuration file, which is a text file, and you go ahead and simply change some text in that text file. So being able to manipulate text files becomes key. Now let's go ahead and say let's look at a text file. Let's go ahead and use the cat command. Cat is concatenate. We tried using it earlier to create a file and it didn't work. Let's see if we can still use it to display a file. In this case, we're going to use it to display the Apache 2 configuration file. All right. In the book, I use the snort configuration file. Uh, Snort is no longer included in by default in Kali. We can install it, and we will a little later. But let's just right now just use the Apache 2 configuration file, hit enter, and you can see that it displays the entire configuration file for Apache. If we wanted to make any changes to the configuration of Apache, we simply make changes to this text file. And making changes and reconfiguring Apache is way beyond the scope of this class, all right? But there we go. There is the Apache 2 configuration file, simply using the term cat. Notice that I didn't need to use sudo because the file doesn't require root privileges. If I wanted to just see the first few lines of that file, I could use the command head, okay, and then once again the path to the file. Let's go ahead and up arrow, and let's use head, and this head will just show us the first 10 lines, right, by default. If we wanted to see, say, 20 lines, we could use head and then use the dash 20, and it'll show us 20 lines. If we wanted to see the final lines, the last few lines, okay, we could use tail. Okay, so head and tail, all right? So we go tail, and then let's go etc. Of course, you could use this with any file. I'm just using the Apache 2 configuration file as an example. Okay, it's on everybody's installation, so it shouldn't be any problems. And did I, oh yeah, I typed it wrong. It should be Apache 2 conf, okay? And then you can see that I got there the last 10 lines of the Apache 2 configuration file. If I wanted to see the last 20 lines, all right, go just add the switch 20 and I get the last 20 lines. Now, as you grow with your Linux use, one of the things that you're going to want to do is check out your log files. And using the tail command can be really useful because it's going to show you the last entries in your log file. So people who regularly check their log files use the tail command to check the last few entries. You don't want to see, the thousands of entries in your log file. You want to see the most recent ones. And so tail becomes really crucial in being able to view those. Also, we can use the NL command. Okay, NL will give us line numbers. And so once again, using the same file, go etc Apache 2 Apache 2 conf, and then hit enter. And you can see now it goes through and displays the file, but with line numbers. Earlier, we learned how to use the pipe and the grep. We can use that now with our text file, okay? So let's go ahead and say with Apache 2 again, except now let's go ahead and grep. We're looking for, say, all the includes, okay, within that file. So this says go ahead and display the file with line numbers and then pipe it, okay, the output, to the grep command and filter for just the lines that have the word include. Hit enter, and we found just one. All right, just one include. Moving on. All right, we can use we're going to look at, this will be on page 23. This is using sed, okay, to find and replace. Sed is a powerful command for manipulating these text files. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and download. We're moving ahead a little bit here in that I'm going to go ahead and download the snort file, the snort application, so we can use it. So let's go ahead and make sure that we're connected to the outside world. We should have it natted, and it's not. Let's go ahead and nat, and then OK. And then let's make sure that, see if I can contact the outside world. This is kind of virtual box stuff. Nope, doesn't allow me to. So to be able to contact the outside world, generally what I have to do is I'm going to have to go sudo, and we'll get into this later, dh client, okay, eth0. What this does is it goes out, and I was connected into an internal network. Now I want to connect to the outside world. This is going to go and get me a DHCP assigned IP address for ETH0, my internet interface. And I got to go ahead and now let's see if I can ping Google. There it is. Okay. When I'm working on the internal network, I have a static IP that only works on the internal network. To be able to contact the outside world, I have to go ahead and get a DHCP assigned IP address so I can operate out over the internet. Now, this is moving into adding and removing software, but let's go and do sudo apt, okay, install snort. That's all it takes. If snort is in the repository, that is, the repository is all the software that Kali has stored online. If it's there, that's all I need to go ahead and download it. Snort is the world's most widely used intrusion detection system. And let's go ahead and install it on our system so we can use it for some of our examples. So we go sudo to get root privileges, apt. In the book, I used apt-get. And apt-get will still work, but it's being deprecated, meaning they're slowly discontinuing it. So now we've gone to apt install snort. I could use apt-get. In the book, I use like this, apt-get. They both will work. Okay, but let's use the newer version, just the apt, simpler, requires less typing. Hit enter, and let's hit Y, and it'll go ahead and it'll go to the Kali repository, that place in the cloud where all the software is stored, and get us snort. And it's going ahead and downloading it all. And let's hit enter, get it all installed. It used to be that snort was installed by default in Kali. They've stopped doing that. And so now, but they still have it in the repository, so that's good. Go ahead and install it. By the way, I have a class, I have 3 classes on using snort. So this class, we're not going to be teaching how to use snort, but we're going to be using its files for text manipulation. So let's go ahead and in the book, I go ahead and we do the use snort conf, and it comes back and says permission denied. All right, so let's go ahead and there we go. There's our snort configuration file. And let's, with that same snort configuration file, let's try cat and displaying it etc snort conf, and let's pipe it. This is right on from page 24 of the book, to grep my SQL. So what this will do is it'll look for instances of the word MySQL within that file. I can see I've made a typo here. Let's go back and fix that. And it tells me, of course, permission denied. So once again, we have to use sudo. And we see two places. Okay, it came back and tells two rule paths where the word MySQL appears. So what we're going to do now is we're going to make some minor changes to that file using the sed command. So let's go sudo, okay, sed. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and change the MySQL within those files. Okay, so we're going to use the -s, okay, S and then the slash, okay, and then we're going to change MySQL. And then we're just going to put it all in uppercase. All right. Remember, one of the things that I failed to point out at the very beginning of the class is that Linux is case sensitive, unlike Windows. Okay, so MySQL lowercase, as it appears here, is different than uppercase MySQL or any case differences. They are entirely different words, commands, files. And then we use the -G, which says change it globally. All right. And we want to change it for Etsy, snort, conf. And then we want to tell it where to change to create this new file that has the uppercase MySQL. We're going to call it the snort2. Okay, so we'll have two configuration files. We're going to have one where it has the lowercase MySQL, and this one's going to have the uppercase MySQL. All right, so we're going to go hit. Now, one of the things that we talked about very briefly before is this is called the redirect. That says send the output to this file. That's what the redirect does. Let's go hit enter, and now, all right, let's go ahead and use the grep command on this file. Okay, let's go ahead and use this up arrow a little bit here. There we go. Except this one, we're going to go and look for the MySQL uppercase from, and we should have stored that in this directory right here that we're in, our current directory, snort2 conf. No such file or directory. Oh, get rid of the right here. There we go. So what I was doing when I looked for it earlier, okay, this says go ahead and look in, start at the root and then go down one directory level and look for this file. And of course, it's not there. It's under home Kali. That's where I stored it at. Now, that's the directory that I'm working in, so I don't have to give it the full path to it. It just automatically says, okay, I'm going to look there first, unless I give it the full path. And then it'll look wherever I want it to look at. Okay? So it says cat snort2 and then grep MySQL, and it finds two instances. We've changed those with the sed command. Okay? Okay, moving on. All right, let's go ahead and clear my screen, open up some real estate here. We've been working with cat and NL to view files, but in reality, they're not very good, okay, for viewing files because they go through and they display the entire file until they come to the end of it. What if we want to read the file line by line? It doesn't really work very good. All right. So we have a couple of commands that actually work much better. And these are the more command, okay, more. So if we wanted to go back to our snort configuration file, Remember earlier when we used the cat command, it just went right to the end and we had to scroll up to see everything. If we use the more command, watch what happens. Cannot open, permission denied. That's what it does because it requires that we have used the sudo command. There we go. So we use sudo before and it displays until it hits the end of the screen. All right, it doesn't go right to the end of the file. It displays until you get to the end of the screen. And it says right down here, it says you're using the command more and you're showing 4% of the file. Now I can just hit enter, all right, and it takes me through the entire file. Much easier to work with something like this for reading, okay? Now we use the Q to exit, all right, quit, and it takes me right back to my command prompt. More was the first command really to be able to do this in terms of displaying a file just enough to fill up the screen. Later on, we got another command called less, all right? And less does the same thing, but has a little bit more power, all right? So let's use it once again on our snort configuration file. Snort conf sudo, and then we got to use the less command. Very similar to the more command, right? It'll fill up the screen and then it stops, all right? The beauty of the less command is it'll allow me to go ahead and search, all right, throughout the file and replace as well. If we go ahead and use the / we'll go ahead and say, well, let's look at, I just hit the / and then I went, let's type in a search for output, and it goes and shows me where output is within the file, okay? A little more power than you're going to see in, say, the more command. The more mostly is a display command. Less lets us go ahead and search through the file and find output, any keyword, not just the keyword output. And so oftentimes people say in the Linux world that less is more. It basically allows us to do more than the more command allow us to do. So that pretty much covers the chapter 2. Let's move on to chapter 3 then. I'm still in, as you can see, I'm still in the less command. So I'm going to use the Q, and that takes me out, right? So both the more and less, I can exit by using the Q command. And you'll find that that Q becomes critical in a lot of applications. So whenever you're using the manual file, okay, the man files, the man files are displayed using more. That's why we need to use the Q to exit. So if we go man nmap, for instance, okay, the port scanning tool, all right, what's being displayed here right now is it's the manual page using more. So to exit it, we use the Q, just like we would with man, with more. I'm sorry, with more. Use the Q. Okay, let's move on to chapter 3. Let's go and clear my screen again. Chapter 3 is about analyzing and managing networks. That's a big topic. We're going to try to boil it down to the basics, all right? So probably the most important command is ifconfig. All right. So let's go sudo, of course. So let's just show you if I use it without sudo. We tried this earlier. Command not found. I don't like that. I prefer the permission denied or don't have permission, something like that. But it tells you that it doesn't exist, and it does exist. All right. You just don't have permission to use it. So use sudo ifconfig, and that's interface configuration, if that helps you at all. ifconfig. You may have used in Windows, for instance, uses ipconfig. All right, so very similar. ifconfig, And what it'll do is it'll display for you all of your interfaces, all of the interfaces. In my case, I have ETH0 and ETH1. So I have two interfaces on this machine. You may only have one. Everybody's going to be different. I put a second one on purposely. And it gives me some basic information. Probably the most important information you're going to find here is the IP address. Okay, that's probably the most important information. This is the IP address for that interface. And then the network mask right there, the broadcast IP address, and this is the MAC address, okay, for that interface. The MAC address is a globally unique address that every network device has. Unlike an IP address, okay, the IP address on these internal machines are private IP addresses. We have IP addresses that we use just inside of our network, and then we have routable or global IP addresses that can work on the internet. On your internal network, you use private IP addresses. On the external network, you have the public IP addresses. Those are routable, can find you around the internet. Because of that distinction, we use network address translation devices that take an internal IP address and convert it into an external IP address so you can navigate to the internet. So that when I go out and say ping Google, right, it takes my internal IP address and then converts it to a public IP address so I can connect to Google, right? It's going out with my IP address to the NAT device, converting it into a public IP address, going out to Google. When Google responds, it comes back and does a translation back, okay, to my private IP address. So if you want more on networking, check out my series on network basics for hackers on Hackers Arise. I hope to have a new book out this fall called Network Basics for Hackers that covers these basic concepts of networking as well as how to implement the protocols and the vulnerabilities of each of the protocols. So look for that. Hopefully this fall I'll have it complete. If you're unfamiliar with networking, even if you are familiar with networking, I think it might be a valuable book for you because we're going to take each one of the major protocols and say build an SMTP server. First of all, explain what SMTP is, build an SMTP server, and then look at how it can be hacked. Okay, so that's what that book's going to be all about: is explaining the basics, implementing those protocols, and then how to hack those protocols. So that's ifconfig. That's one of the most important commands that you'll use in networking. I'm going to go ahead and just run it again for you. All right. The most important bit of information is the IP address. All right. That's what we're going to be using most often. So the other stuff's important as well. Most important is going to be the IP address. If there's not an IP address, and this happens using virtual machines, all right, when using virtual machines, sometimes they'll come up and there is no IP address. I showed you just a minute ago how to resolve that, and that is by using sudo, okay, DH client. That is the DHCP server. So it goes out to the DHCP server, the dynamic host configuration protocol server, which hands out IP addresses, and then you tell it what interface you want assigned, all right? And in this case, ETH0. Now, I also want to point out if you're not using Kali, maybe you're using Ubuntu and others, your interfaces are going to have slightly different names. Okay, we have this split going on now in Linux where we have two different naming conventions of the interfaces. I prefer this one, so I hope that Kali and Debian remain with the ETH0, ETH1. If you're using Ubuntu, you're going to have a different name. You just need to know what the name is. You can copy and paste it, right, and put it in here. So I'm saying, okay, give me root privileges, give me a DHCP address to ETH0, and then hit enter. Tells me file exists. That means it's already done that. Okay. So, but if you didn't have an IP address, that's the way to get it. All right. If I wanted to check on wireless, also it points out here, this is the loopback adapter. Okay. This is your own adapter to your own system. Some people refer to as home. It's 127.0.0.1, right there. That's your home. So if you're testing a new piece of software, say even like we were talking about earlier about Apache, if I wanted to test my Apache server, I can just go to 127.0.0.1. So let's do that just to show you what I mean. So we can go and start. There's a command, and this is one of those things also that's different now in the newer versions of Debian than when I wrote the book. Let's go sudo, okay, systemctl, system control, start Apache 2. This starts the Apache 2 server. All right. So it's give me root privileges, system control, start this service right here, Apache 2. That's our web server. So now if I go to my browser over here and I enter 127.0.0.1, this should give me the Apache server on my system. Oh, look at that. Here's my Apache server. You've won. You've been randomly selected for our drawing. All right. This was part of a demonstration I was doing. But you can see this is my web server. This is the web page, very simple web page, no doubt, on my Apache server right now. You probably come up with the default page if you've done it. This is the way to check to see. This is going to your own system and checking to see if a service is running, an application is running. It's on 127.0.0.1 if you're not familiar with that. All right, that's what this reflects here. All right, my loopback adapter, my home. Okay. So we can also check for wireless adapters, okay, by going sudo iwconfig, and it comes back and says there's no wireless extensions on any of those adapters that you have. We'll come back to this command when we get into wireless, okay, later in the class, and I'll have a wireless adapter installed. Now, it's important to note that I'm running, in this case, VirtualBox, same with VMware, okay, and I'm actually running through a wireless connection to you. But that wireless connection gets piped through a wired connection. It goes from wireless in my machine to a virtual wired connection in my virtual machine. So if I had a wireless connection on my virtual machine, so if I put in an external wireless adapter, it would show WLAN, wireless LAN 0. And we'll do this later on. So even though I'm running wireless on my system right now, because I'm using a virtual machine, it doesn't show any because the virtual machine converts that wireless connection to a wired connection. Hopefully that doesn't confuse you. If you want to run wireless through a virtual machine, you need to have an external wireless adapter that you connect to your virtual machine. All right? So sometimes we may want to change our IP address. So within, say, for instance, if you're doing some testing, okay, you're hacking a system on your local area network, okay, on your virtual machines. Sometimes you might have to change your your IP address. So to change your IP address, you go sudo, okay, ifconfig, and then the adapter, and then the IP address you want to change to. 192.168, say 11. All right. Notice that here's my IP address, and I want to change it to this right here. This would be a static IP address. I can hit enter. Now if I go sudo ifconfig, you can see it's changed. The drawback to doing this is that I've set up a static IP address. So now when I go ahead and try to ping Google, it does not work because I don't have that IP address is a static IP address. It's not assigned by the DHCP server. So when I try to go out to the outside world, it doesn't recognize that IP address and doesn't know what to do with it. All right. So I cannot go to the outside world with a static IP. I can go ahead and set it back by going to sudo dhclient. Just go getting a DHCP assigned IP address, and now I should be able to ping Google. Okay. Okay, so those are a couple of key commands there. Right, using ifconfig to change to a static IP address. I do it all the time when I'm testing. I'm trying to do some hacking on another virtual machine. I have to put them onto a internal network with static IP so I can connect to them. All right, so that's something you're probably going to use sometime in the future. All right, so it's pretty easy for me when I'm working with a hacking, say, a Windows system, and they both are on different networks. I have to change my Kali to put it on the same network as the Windows system. And for me, it's much easier to change the IP address in uh, Linux than it is in Windows because it's just a real simple command in Linux. With the Windows, to change the IP address, I have to go through click, 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 click. Right? In Linux, it's just there it is. I changed my IP address. I don't have to be searching around for, the network connections and then the IPv4 and then what have you to go ahead and change the IP address in a Windows system. Okay, we use the DH client. All right. Now next, let's clear some real estate again. And one of the things that we can do directly from a Linux system is check the DNS servers, okay, for a domain. So we could the command to use is dig, okay? So we would say we want to check for the DNS servers for Microsoft.com. And there we go. All right, it shows me the name servers, okay, for Microsoft. If I wanted to check for the mail servers, I could use the MX. And it shows me the mail server right here. Okay, so that's a dig command. Dig command can be really useful when you're doing reconnaissance on a target. If I wanted to change my DNS server, my DNS, the one that I'm using, right? I need to use a file called resolve.conf. Now remember that everything is a text file in Linux, right? So all we got to do is get the text file, make some changes to it, and then save it, and then everything changes. So for instance, in this version of Kali, the text editor, the GUI-based text editor is called Mousepad. All right, let's go sudo Mousepad. In the book, I use LeafPad, which was the default GUI text editor at that time. It's changed now. This one is Mousepad. So if you go up here, you want to see that if we go to text editor right here, That is mousepad. They don't call it that, but it's just mousepad. So we can call that mousepad by simply using the command mousepad and then the file that we want to manipulate. In this case, let's go ahead and we're going to manipulate etc resolve.conf. All right. And there it is. It tells us what name server it's using. Okay. And we can change that, okay, to whatever DNS server we want. In this case, it's using 192.168.100.1, right? And all we need to do is to change these values here, all right? So I want to use a different DNS server, all right? And then just save it. And close it, and then my system will now look to 75, 75, 75 for DNS services. Really simple. Before there was DNS, of course, DNS, I should probably explain that DNS is domain name service. I have a tutorial on Hackers Arise that explains the ins and outs of DNS and how you can build your own DNS server and what the vulnerabilities of DNS, how it's been manipulated and hacked in the past. So DNS is one of those key services of the internet. So we don't have to type every IP address in. We can simply type in a domain name, it translates it into an IP address and takes us where we want to go. All right. Before there was DNS, I'm going to go ahead and put this one back to what it was before. Okay. 192.168.100.1. Okay. Matter of fact, I'm just going to close it. Do I want to save the changes? No, don't save the changes. All right, so my DNS hasn't been affected. But before there was DNS, there was a host file. And host files exist both in Windows, Mac, and Linux. You probably haven't used it before, but as a hacker, you might want to. All right. So a host file allows you to essentially create your own DNS server, but you have to enter every domain and every IP address. It essentially works the same as DNS. And for instance, I have a tutorial on Hackers Arise on how to get people on your local area network to be redirected to your web server. So if you put up a malicious web server, you can get everybody on your system directed to yours. And you can do that using the host file. That's why this is kind of important. So let's go sudo mousepad etc host. This is the host file. The host file is actually the first thing your system looks to when you type in a domain. It looks at a host file first and checks to see whether or not there's any entries there. If there are not, then it goes out to the DNS. So it supersedes the DNS. That's a good thing. You can use that to your advantage. Okay. So whenever I enter localhost, it goes to 127.0.0.1. If I enter Cali, it goes to 127.0.1.1. If I look for webscantest.com, it goes to this IP address. Yours probably don't. Yours are only going to have these first two. These were part of a tutorial I was doing, okay, for Hackers Arise. So, and this one here is what I was using to redirect people, okay, who entered bankofamerica.com, okay, to this particular IP address. So this way I was using it to redirect folks who on my local area network who want to go to bankofamerica.com, and instead of taking it to Bank of America, it goes to my web server. That can be, very malicious. So anything you put in here is going to supersede the DNS. your system will check your host file first. All right. So let's go ahead and let's try some of these out and see what happens. Okay. Let's make sure I have outside access. Ping Google. Okay. Now, what happens if I go to my, all right, if I go to, let's go say, make sure that DNS works well. Let's go Hackers Arise. Okay. Proxy, I got a proxy on here. Let's turn off my proxy. Go here. So I was using it for some web app hacking. And let's turn off no proxy. Go OK. All right. And then let's go back to Hackers Arise. And so DNS takes me to Hackers Arise. All right. I don't have to enter the IP address. Okay. But let's say that I go and say, I want Cali. Cali was one of those entries in my host file. Okay. I think Google went and searched for it. Let's go localhost. Localhost. That should take me to 127.0.0.1, and there it is. See, localhost is a entry that's translated into 127.0.0.1. Let's go back to our mouse pad. I'll show you. Etsy hosts. All right, so there it is. Localhost gets translated into 127.0.0.1, which is my loopback adapter, which has Apache 2 running on it. All right. Let's try entering Bank of America in my browser. Okay. Bank of America.com. It's trying to find it, it's looking for that IP address right there, and it's going to come back and says it can't find it because it isn't on my local area network. Normally, it would go right to Bank of America, but it's hanging there because it can't find it. It's using this entry instead of DNS, all right? Because it goes to your host files first. So you can put anything you want in here. And it's just hanging, can't find Bank of America. Now, if I were to go ahead and comment this out, let's do that. Put a comment before it, and then save it, okay? And then ask for Bank of America. It should go to the real Bank of America site. Eventually it will. Let's stop it and try again. Okay, let's go Bank of America.com. Sometimes the internet's a little bit slow. I'm teaching class because all the bandwidth is being used up by GoToMeeting. You may have to trust me on this one. It's taking such a long time. We'll let this one run in the background. Okay. All right. Let's go and do a Control C out of there. Let's go and clear. That completes chapter 3. We're already on chapter 4. All right. Now, Chapter 4 is downloading and installing software. All right. And this is one of those places where things have changed slightly from the time I wrote the book. Okay. And that's why we're doing this class. So, one of the things that we might want to do is to check to see whether or not a particular piece of software is in the repository. All right. So, once again, using the command sudo, we can go apt cache search and look for, say, snort. So this says, give me root privileges, look in the cache. The cache is a place on your computer with a list of all of the software in the repository and search for the word snort. Let's hit enter, and it's going through and looking for, and it finds all of these entries within the cache. Okay, it's not actually going out to the repository, it's going into a cache within your computer to see whether or not that particular piece of software exists, and it comes back with several entries, many of them. Okay, so we know, okay, if we want to add snort or any of these others, we can do that. Right, earlier we had installed snort, so go sudo. Now in the book I use apt-get. All right, they both work. Let's just use apt-get just to show you. Apt-get install snort or whatever the software happens to be, and it works equally well. Okay, the industry is moving to just apt, which anytime you can save yourself a couple of keystrokes, that's better. Okay, you can see apt works just as well. We've already installed snort. Okay, we could go ahead and remove snort. Go sudo apt remove snort, and we'll hit yes. We want to continue. Yes, and it goes ahead and removes it. One of the things that it will not remove are the configuration files. And so if we wanted to remove even the configuration files, we should use the term purge. Once again, in the book, I used apt-get, which was the standard at that point. Now, they both will work. Okay, eventually in the future, you might find that apt-get doesn't, but the industry has moved to apt. All right, so that removes purging configuration files. Right? So if you just use remove, it removes all the binaries and others. It will not remove the configuration files. You use purge, it'll go ahead and get rid of the configuration files as well. Okay. Generally, every so often, okay, we might want to go ahead and update our cache. All right. So as new files come in and leave the repository, our cache has to be updated to give us a current view of what is in the repository. And we can do that by going sudo apt update. What this does is it goes up to the repository, checks what files are in there, compares it to your cache, and then updates any new entries. Let's go ahead and do that. It takes a little while. So it's going through, checking the repository, seeing what files are there, what applications are there, and it's going to update your list, your apt cache. So you're going to have the most, it didn't take that long, okay? So went ahead and updated your list. So now you have the most current list of what's in the repository. Sometimes I find it useful, actually most times I find it useful to include other repositories other than Kali's repositories. Why? Because Kali's repositories largely include only information security, hacking types of applications. Sometimes we want some things that are not going to be in that repository. And so oftentimes what I'll do is I will change my system so that it can look in other repositories other than just Kali. Right? And the way to do that is to do this. Go sudo mousepad, and then we can go to etc apt, okay, sources list. And what this is once again a text file that tells the system where to look for software, right? The repository to look for software. And here you can see there's only one line, all right? It's looking in the Kali.org, Kali rolling, main, contributed, non-free, okay? We could go ahead and get the source files by going ahead and taking out this comment here. And we might want to go ahead and also get, say, the repository for Ubuntu. You can go ahead and let's go over, let's go here. It never got to Bank of America for some reason. Let's try one more time. Looks like it's working now. There it is. Okay. So once going back to what we were talking about earlier, once I commented out the Bank of America entry in my host file, now my system will go out to the DNS server and find Bank of America for me. As long as I had that IP domain mapping in my host file, it was looking on a local area network for Bank of America. Now it goes out to the internet and finds the Bank of America site. All right. But I might want to use another repository. Ubuntu is a good example. Ubuntu has very large repositories that you can, just because you're using Kali doesn't mean you can't use Ubuntu. Right? They're both based on Debian, so they're very similar in their structure of Linux. Let's go ahead and look at fine. Let's try to do a Google search for Ubuntu command line repository. The reason I'm specifying command line is that Ubuntu actually has like a GUI based repository. And let's try here, repositories for Ubuntu, their wiki. And basically it's telling you what we're doing here. Go to etc apt sources list, okay? And then here are the lines that you can add, okay, to go ahead and get the Ubuntu repository. So like right here, I can go ahead and add this, okay, to my sources list. Let's go ahead, here it is right here, and paste it in place. And now it'll look here in Kali first for the software. And if it doesn't find it, it'll go to Ubuntu and look there for my software. So it gives you a wider variety of software repositories to find what you're looking for. I usually keep the Ubuntu in my sources list because sometimes when I'm doing things that aren't necessarily, or for instance, recently I've been working on the network basics book, right? And there's certain applications, network applications, like say an SMTP server. Okay, that might not be in the Kali repository because why would you need an SMTP server if you're running Kali? When I say that, I'll point out that XM is built into Kali. Okay, XM, the SMTP server. But if you want to use a different SMTP server like Postfix or SendMail, it's not going to be in there. But it will be in the Ubuntu. So That's how you go about changing it. All you have to do then is go ahead and say save. Okay, simple text editor change. And now when you go and download software, it's going to include not only the Kali, it'll go to Kali first and then go to Ubuntu next. All right. Some of you may want to go ahead and download software, and sometimes this is one of those areas where a GUI might be useful, is to go ahead and use, there's a GUI installer that we can put in, and this one's going to be at sudo apt, and there's several, install synaptic. Okay, Synaptic is a GUI-based package manager. Let's hit yes. All right. And then Synaptic, should be able to just type in Synaptic now and it'll run it. So how about sudo Synaptic? All right. And now what we have is the software in your system is organized in so-called packages. The package manager enables you to install, to upgrade, or to remove software packages. Okay, you can read the rest of it. It says note, changes are not applied instantly. At first you have to mark all changes, then apply them. So this is our package manager. So unlike the command line, okay, what it does is it goes and shows us, all of the packages. So for amateur radio, these are all the packages that are available for amateur radio. Okay. For communication, these are all the packages available for communication. If we wanted to go, say, databases, click on databases. These are all the databases that are available. Okay. Notice here's Maria. That's one of the changes that's also taken place, is that MySQL is now called Maria, or it's inside of our Kali. It's now called Maria. There's actually now two different databases, one called Maria and one called MySQL, which are basically interchangeable. The distinction between them is that one is owned by Oracle and one is owned by the original developers of MySQL in Sweden, who've now created their own database that is essentially a clone of MySQL. And there's some Postgres in here, some non-free databases. Some development tools. So this, the usefulness of a GUI is that it kind of can lay out everything that's in that particular repository for you. So email, so you get a better idea of what your choices are this way. And then, of course, if you wanted something from here, say, for instance, let's go to Python programming language. Let's try that. Okay, here's some of the choices. Lots of tools with descriptions over here. Let's see what tools they have. Here's a Faraday, the Collaborative Penetration Test IDE. Okay. You can get a screenshot, get a change log. So if I just double clicked on it, okay, pulls up this here. The chosen action also affects the other packages. So I'm going to say I want to get the Faraday, mark it. All right. shows me down here 7 to install, upgrade, 0 to remove. Okay. And then I can just simply apply, and it'll go ahead and do the install for me. Okay, our Faraday is now installed. Now let's go over here and look at development tools. Okay, let's see if we can find it here. Let's see, post forensics reporting. Where would they have put it at? Let's see. They used to have a development category. And now this is all of the applications. I just clicked on all applications, and there's Faraday right there. If you ever wonder what's built into your Kali, you can see a list of everything in there, even the ones that don't fit into these categories. And there are a number of pieces of software that don't really fit well into these categories. And of course, if you don't know what they are, you can always go to the man page or do a help for any of them. Here's Mimikatz for those of you who are one of my favorite tools. Here's Mimikatz. Mimikatz is a post-exploitation tool that'll go ahead. So it'll get the passwords in plain text off a compromised system. So once you've compromised the system, it'll go in and get all the passwords out in plain text for you. Yeah. So this is a Synaptic, the package manager. It might be a little more useful if you don't know what software is available to you. Especially if you're starting out new, you might be a little surprised at how much free software there is. Okay, there's a lot of software out there. Here's our Apache that we were using. It's already installed. When it has this little arrow next to it, that means it's already been installed on the system. But there's a lot of other stuff out there. All right. All right, let's go ahead and minimize that. And the last thing in terms of installing software is I want to show you is how to use Git clone. Many times new tools will come out in Git, in GitHub. And what you can do to get those tools is use the sudo git clone, okay? And then the address, the location, the URL to where the tools are at. So let's go and back to our, and let's go to GitHub.com, and let's say Bluetooth. See if there's any new Bluetooth tools. All right. Here's a Bluetooth cross-platform Bluetooth API. Here's one here. Bluetooth support. Sputnik Development Bluetooth Manager. So there's lots of things in there. One of the tools that we'll use later on, okay, is a Bluetooth utilities called BlueEZ. Let's go BlueEZ. What we'll need in the Bluetooth section, here it is right here. All right, this is BlueEZ. There's a whole bunch of tools for managing Bluetooth. So what we can do is if we want to install these tools on our system, we can go ahead and just simply copy and then go git clone, and then paste. Okay, so this will go ahead to go to the GitHub site, to this directory, and download the tools that are available there. Let's go ahead and do that. And it's going ahead and getting me all the Bluetooth tools that are in that particular directory. Oftentimes when we're talking about new tools or tools that are not included in the package manager for Kali, this is the place to get them. And see how quickly I just downloaded and probably created a directory called BlueEZ. Let's look. Yep, there it is. And there's all the tools, okay, for BlueEZ. BlueEZ is kind of one of those package tools that you need to really do any kind of work in Bluetooth and Bluetooth hacking. So pretty simple to get. It's not, I don't know, let's just quick check and see whether it's in the repository. Sudo apt install. It might be in the repository as well. Oh, Kali, let's check and see. Yeah, it says it's already newest version. Okay, so it is in the repository also. It used to not be in the repository. It is now, so you can get it either one of those ways. So you can get it from going ahead and going to the repository or going directly to the GitHub site and download the package from there. All right, that completes Chapter 4. We're rolling right along, okay? Chapter 5 is coming up, and this is a key chapter on file and directory permissions. We were looking earlier, and we could see here that these are all the permissions, okay, on the different files and directories. And so that's what we're going to be doing when we come back from our meal break. So let's go ahead and break now. I've got a quarter to the hour. It'll be quarter to 6 UTC. Let's come back at a quarter to 7 UTC, and we'll continue on with Chapter 5 and on permissions, which is a really crucial chapter, and Chapter 6. We should be able to get 5 and 6 done, and we'll be well on our way to completing Linux Basics for Hackers. So have a good meal break. We'll come back in 1 hour and continue on. Thanks. Welcome back to the second half of day 1 of Linux Basics for Hackers. When we left off, we were about to get into file and directory permission. This is a fairly important section of Linux. This is where we are able to control who has access to a particular file, who can execute a file. And so one of the things that we need to talk about first, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, is that there are different users on Linux, just as there is in Windows, though you may not, if you're using it on your own home laptop, you may not be aware of that. There's a system administrator, which is called root in Linux, and then there's other users. The other users have more limited permissions. The root user has unlimited permissions. They can do anything. And so based upon these different permissions, we can set up in the file system who can access what in terms of files and executions. Let's go ahead and throw up a notepad here so we can kind of demonstrate some of these concepts here. All right, here's our notepad. And I'm going to move that off to the side, and then I'm going to go back to Kali. All right, and I'm going to do a directory listing. And you can see the directories here. And for the permissions, ignore the very first letter. All right, so for instance, this is a dash here. Remember, the dash means that it's a regular file. A D means it's a directory, and an L means that it's a link. All right, so we've got these letters here. Here's one that has, well, let's see if we can find one that has all of them filled in. I don't see any of them that do, but you can see that these first three here, this triplet here, these permissions represent read, write, execute. All right, so this means that the user who owns this file can read it, write it, and execute it. The next triplet, this triplet here, is for the group that they belong to. And this would mean that they have read, no write, and execute permission. And then everybody else has read and execute permission, but no write permission. Those are the three groups. So we can go, let's put up in our notepad here, and we have three sets of permissions. We have read, which is R. We have write, which is W. And we have execute, which is symbolized by the X, right? So if we wanted to check on any file's permissions, we can simply go and do the long listing. All right, let's go and change to another directory. Let's go back to our home Kali directory and do a long listing there. And you can see there's a number of files and directories here. And we can take any one of those files. And there's some of them that, these are some web hacking sessions here that I've created. All right. And for me, being Kali, the Kali user, I have read, write, but no execute permission. And read, and the group has read permission, and everybody else has read permission, but they can't write or they can't execute those. So remember that this represents the owner, Kali, and this is the group. Over here, we have this is Venmo OS int. Root owns it, and the root group has access to it. All right. Most of everything on my system is either the Kali user or the root user in the Kali group, or the root group. Okay. We can change the ownership of a file. So say let's go and here's one right here, Twint. Let's change the ownership. Let's see, we can use the sudo change own, right? And let's see, what do we want to do here? Let's just do a file. Let's do Tesla results right here. Let's use this one. And let's go change the ownership of Tesla results. Copy and paste. And let's change it to root invalid user Tesla results. Let me change that. Oh, my bad. I put them in the wrong order. This should be change order root Tesla results. There we go. So those Tesla results now that were owned by Kali, let's go back and check. And Tesla results are now owned by root. All right, they had been Kali before. We can do the same thing with the group as well. So we could go, once again, use your sudo first and change group. All right, you can see the Tesla results are still in the Kali group. Let's change this group to root as well, and we copy and paste Tesla results. And now let's do an ls-l and look for those Tesla results. And they are both have been changed from Kali to root. All right. So let's talk about changing permissions here. So here's our Tesla results. Let's once again stay with the Tesla results. Could be any file though. And we're going to go ahead and change the permissions. Right now, we can see that root doesn't have execute permissions on it, and everybody else has read permissions. We just go ahead and change those permissions. But before we do that, we have to talk a little bit about how permissions are represented in Octal. Okay, so let's go ahead and let me bring up my notepad again. All right, so let's think about these permissions this way. They are read, write, execute. That's the user, okay, or the owner, okay? And then let's go on here, and then we have the group, and they have read, write, execute, or X. And then, so this is going to be the group. And then everyone else, let's call it all else, and they have read, write, and execute permissions. Now, you also know that everything is represented in your computer in binary code, right? So, for instance, a byte is simply a bunch of zeros and ones, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to be a byte. And if I switch this switch on right here and put a 1 there, okay, this in decimal, this is equal to 0, of course. But if I were to change it, this one right here, to 1, then in decimal, it becomes 1. If I were to change the next one to 1, right, the next bit, now that represents 2 and 1, because this is the 2's place. This is the 1's place. So this now represents 3 in decimal. If I were to go ahead and turn on this switch, now this is the 4's place. So it's 4, 2, and 1. That's 7, right? All right. So if you understand that, now think of these like this. Think of it as your permissions like this, as R, W, X. That's essentially what they are. And they can be represented so that if all the permissions are on, that means all the switches are on, the decimal equivalent is going to be 7. If, say, there's only, let's say, only read permission, that's going to be 4, right? If there's read and write permission, that's going to be 6, okay? 4 plus 2 plus 0 is 6. All right, so we can represent these permissions numerically. Right? So this means that if there was the permissions were read, write, and no execute, that's going to be equal to 6. All right. If there were all the permissions, read, write, execute, that's going to be equal to 7. Right? Just like if we did it up here. If it was just execute permissions, so if it was dash, dash, x, that's going to be equal to 1. Follow me? I hope so. So we can represent then these permissions numerically. And we can do that by using the change mod command. All right, so let's go take these off the screen and let's talk about, once again, that Tesla results here. All right, Tesla results, let's change it so that everybody can execute it. All right, so we could go sudo change CH, right, and then mod, CH mod, and then if we wanted to give all the permissions to everybody, right, all the permissions are 7, so we'd give them 7 for the owner, 7 for the group, and 7 for everyone else, right? Except let's put them all together, and then we'll call it, once again, as Tesla results. So we'll change Tesla results. Now, note before I hit the enter that here's the permissions right here. This is what they look like now. All right, so we're going to change the permissions, hit enter, and then do ls-l. And now the Tesla results, where are they? Oh yeah, right here. Notice it changed colors, right? Changed colors because now it's executable, all right? It's green. And so now we can see all of the permissions are available. If we wanted to say, just let the user execute, and then the group and everyone else to read and write. So that would be read and write would be 1 and 3, right? Probably not. Probably we wouldn't want them to have write permission. We probably want them to have read permission, which is 4. Let's just do 4 for each of them. That would be 7, 4, 4. That means that the owner, me, I'm going to have all permissions, but everybody else is simply going to have read permissions. So let's go ahead and do that. And oops, I forgot to change mod. All right, change mod. All right, and I must have spelled that wrong. Tesla. Yeah, it should be an underscore. My bad. There we go. Tesla results. Now we do ls-l. We can see that we've changed the permissions on it. Right? So now only the owner, me, Callie, can execute. The others two can just read. Hopefully that's clear. Okay. If it's not, let me know. And in the book, you can see that we've done this, several different examples there. All right. We just try one more, just for sake of experimenting, getting more familiar with it. Let's see. Let's try. Well, we created a. Why don't we create a new file? So let's go sudo touch, right? Sudo touch, and we'll call it new file, right? New file. And then when we go and take a listing of it, we can see our new file. Let's take a look at what. There it is, new file. So by default, okay, the person who created it, the owner, has read and write. Okay, that's 644. 644. That comes, the way we think about that is that's the, like, what's called the default permissions mask. That means that every new file that you create is going to have those permissions by default. All right? It's going to be the permissions by default. And so if I want to go ahead and change that new file, give it different permissions, I can once again just use the change sudo change mod, and we'll call it, let's go 755, a new file. This would give me, Callie, the user, gives me all permissions, gives everybody else the read and execute permissions, 4 and 1, but no write permissions. So they can't change the file, but they can certainly read it. Let's see, is there anything else in here we want to go over? Just quickly scanning. I think we've covered everything. There's a few other things in here, but I don't think they're that important. Oh, one other thing we do want to look at is the UGO method, changing permissions with the UGO method. And so this is a system that rather than using numeric system, it goes ahead and uses more symbolic permissions. So for instance, let's go back to, let's stick with our new file and change the permissions on it. So let's go and do ls-l and look at our new file. Okay, here's our new file. You can see all the permissions for the owner, read and execute for the group, read and execute for everyone else. Now, UGO allows us to be able to change permissions without using the numerical method. So what we can do is we do it this way. We go sudo change mod, right? But now we can go ahead and do this. We can go and by symbolically, we can represent the user as U, and then minus, say, execute. So that would be, we want to change the user's permission and take out execute, and then say new file. Now when we go ahead and look at it, we should see, go back to new file, and you can see the execute permission has been taken out for the user. Let's take out the execute permission for the group. All right, so we can go change mod and now go group, all right? Take out the X, all right? And of course, we can also add in permissions too this way. Group add, go plus X, all right? Or we could go sudo group plus. Notice that, remember, a new file, there are no write permissions. We could add the write permission for the group. Now, let's go back and look at it and see what our permissions look like. And our new file right here. So we added the write permission right there. And we took out the execute permission for the user. We added write permission for the group. Okay. So that's the UGO method, whatever works best for you. For some reason, the numeric method works best for me. We can kind of quickly go through the numerical equivalents. So all permissions is going to be equal to a 7, okay? Just the read permission, that's going to be equal to a 4. Just the write permission, that's going to be equal to a 2. And execute, like we said, is going to be equal to a 1. And then you simply sum the permissions. So if I want read and execute, it's going to be a 6. When it's all permissions, it's always going to be 7. Notice that read and write are both even numbers. So if the permissions are odd, 7, 5, 1, 3, okay, that means there's execute permission there, okay? Always if it's an odd number, that means execute permissions are available, okay? Because you can't sum read and write together in any possible way that comes out to an odd number without the execute permission. All right. Any questions on that, folks? I think that's fairly important. So hopefully you grasp that. If not, let me know. Let's move on then to chapter 6. And chapter 6 is process management. We did a little bit of this earlier. We looked at, well, first of all, processes are all of those things that are running in the background in your system. There's all kinds of processes running all the time, all right? And we may want to be able to manipulate them. First of all, we want to know what they are. We may want to change them, manipulate them, stop them, what have you. So if we wanted to simply look at the processes, we can go PS, that's the command, processes. and you see it just comes up with 2 processes. Why? Because it's the processes that the user, okay, me, all right, Callie, has initiated. If I want to see all the processes that are running on the system, I can go PSAUX, and now I see all of the processes that are running on the system. You can see there's quite a few. Let's go to the top of the screen and see what the columns mean. All right, so you can see here's the user, okay, the process ID, what percentage of the CPU they're using, what percentage of memory they're using. I'm trying to remember what VSC stands for. I'm spacing out on that one. The terminal that they're using, when it started, the time, and the command that initiated it. All right. I'm not remembering what these 2 stand for. Let me do a quick Google search. All right. Let's see if I can find out from Google. Virtual memory size. That's what it stands for. Virtual memory size. So it's how much virtual memory is it using? And then the RSS is a resident set size. It shows how much memory is allocated to that process. Okay. So that kind of gives you the breakdown of what's going on there. Generally, what you want to know, most importantly, is the user, probably the CPU and the memory, when it started, and the command. Those are probably the most important features there. Now, earlier we talked about using the grep command. So we can use, once again, the PS shows us a lot of information, probably more than what we want. So we can go ahead and filter this by using grep. And earlier we had processed or grepped for Firefox, right? And we can do that again and see all the processes that have Firefox in their name, and there's quite a few. Or we could grep for, I think we have Apache still running, right? Apache 2. Yep, there's quite a few processes there associated with Apache 2. Shows me the user. Notice that the user is www data. Okay, so anything that's running on the Apache server is being run by that user. Notice this one right here is Kali, and that's essentially just the search that I just did for the Apache 2. It says, okay, yeah, there's Apache 2 included right there in that search. Okay, so it shows me grep color auto Apache 2. That's just basically it sees that as a process that I have started when I typed it. Okay. So that's a good way to be able to find the various processes. Now, also, probably more useful is trying to find out what processes are using up all of your resources. Now, this is a lot like Task Manager in Windows, but so we can have the command called top, okay? And top is a live, dynamic, unlike PS. PS is a snapshot. Okay, top is dynamic, and what it's doing is it's updating periodically on what's going on in your system, showing you what's using up your resources. And if you watch it, you can see it's updating constantly. Okay, Steve, see you tomorrow. Steve has to leave. So it's constantly updating, showing me the process ID, the user, okay, how much memory it's using, how much CPU, the time, all right? So that's really useful if you're managing a system and you want to be able to see what's using up your resources. Also, I'm going to go ahead and Q out of that. Okay, so just Q stops it. Also, there's a what's called a process priority, which is called NICE. Right? NICE allows you to prioritize, or at least suggest a priority for a particular process. And NICE values run anywhere from -20 to +19. By default, processes are set at 0, which is like right in the middle, right? They're set at 0. So we can go ahead and change the priority of a process by using the NICE command. So I can go NICE, all right, and -n, and then we go -10. Now that's not, the highest priority is going to be -20. So this is going to be, I just want to raise the process just a little bit to give it a higher priority. And then, oh, let's pick out a process from above. Okay. Oh, how about our user bin Apache? Okay. Let's go user bin Apache 2 and hit enter, and permission denied. And it also tells me there's no such file. Let's see. Let's go back and check that. User sbin, my bad. Okay. So first of all, we got to use sudo and then nice. And then we want to increase this priority, not all the way to 20, -20, but to -10. I know it seems kind of strange that higher priority means a lower number. So -10 and then user sbin Apache 2, and still telling me invalid option. Oh, geez, I spelled everything wrong on that command. Let's try that again. All right, sudo nice user, get the user, I spelled wrong. sbin Apache 2, hit enter, there it is. Default runtime must be a valid direct, absolute or relative value server root. Configuration of variable, Apache run directory is not defined. So it's not going to work on that one because that is set within the Apache service. Let's say that we have, let's just call it a slow process. Okay, we wanted to speed it up. We can go ahead and speed it up by going and just hitting sudo nice -10 user sbin slow process. And this basically is a suggestion to the kernel. It's not definitive. The kernel still makes the ultimate decision about what gets priority, but it says, if there's additional resources, please consider our slow process to be able to give it a higher priority. Because remember that the kernel is going through many, many processes and basically time sharing, time slicing to each one of those processes and giving it a little bit of CPU time and then going to the next process, give it a little CPU time, go to the next process, a little bit of CPU time, and it's constantly doing that, okay? And so what we're doing is like, give this process just a little bit more CPU time, but the kernel is a final arbiter. It says, hey, I've got things that are important to do. I know that you think this is really important, but I'll try to get to it if I can. All right. All right, so let's move on. All right. Let's talk about killing a process. Let's do our PSAUX. Sometimes we have processes that are running out of control, okay? And we may want to have to kill them. So, for instance, if a process Let's take a look. Let's go top again. All right. And we got some process. And say we have a process that's just running out of control. All right. And for whatever reason, it's using up all my resources and it won't stop. Well, I have the kill command. I have several different types of kill that I can use, but the one that I'm going to show you is basically the kill 9. Kill 9 just gets rid of, stops any process. It doesn't allow the process to do any housekeeping, what have you. It just kills it like pulling the plug on your computer. All right. So let's say, for instance, let's go open up a process. Let's open up a web browser. All right. I thought we had a web browser open. Let's keep it right there. And let's say our web browser is causing us problems. Let's quit out of here and let's go PSAUX and let's go Firefox. I say maybe it's even, that's not what I wanted. I wanted grep Firefox. My bad. Grep Firefox. Okay, notice that what it did is it opened up Firefox because it says show the processes and then start Firefox, piped into Firefox. Now let's go ahead and we see all these processes and say we wanted to go ahead and kill one of these processes. We could go ahead and with the process ID, such as this right here, 2986, and we can go sudo kill -9, okay, and let's go and kill, was it 2986, and it killed that process. Let's run our processes again, and you'll see 2986 is gone, okay. But to get rid of the Firefox entirely, we want to get rid of the parent process. Let's try getting rid of that one right there. And 1375. All right. And now let's do, once again, let's go and look. 1375 should be gone. No more 1375 left. Or here's another example. Let's say that the Apache web server was running out of control. Let's clear my screen. Clear. All right. And let's go PSAUX or locked up, for instance. Not -AUX, but just AUX. Say my Apache web server locked up. Let's go and search for Apache 2. But I got to put the grep in there. And you can see that root has initiated it. Let's go and see if we can kill it. Let's go sudo kill 9, and the process ID is 2708. 2708. All right. So now let's go ahead and look at our processes. And we still got, looks like we have several instances running of Apache. Let's kill them all. All right, let's go 5791. And then try, let's get rid of them all. 5821. Let's go over here. Let's see if we can connect to our Apache server. It'll be 127.0.0.1. Looks like there's still some processes there associated with Apache. Yeah, it still is. So let's keep on, let's get rid of them all until there's none left. 5837. Let's go 5838. I meant 5838. 38. No, it looks like that one's not existent. Let's try our server again. And looks like have we killed it all? Maybe not. Let's keep on going. This raises another question about processes. Processes, when you start them with a system control, they really should be stopped with system control. So let's go system CTL, all right, system control, stop Apache 2. And this is a much simpler and less harsh way of stopping a process. And now you can see that it stopped the Apache 2. All right. When I go ahead and so now if I go ahead and restart it with system control, let's do that. We should be able to get back to our web server. Okay. And then let's go hit refresh and the web server is back up. All right. It's also kind of important to note, I'm going to clear my screen again. And let's go ahead and move this browser out of the way. That earlier when we were using mousepad, all right, we've done mousepad and say etc resolve list, right? This wrong file. etc apt is what it should be. etc apt resolve list apt. Am I spelling it wrong? Hang on one second. Oh, my bad. I meant the sources list is what I meant. Sources. Sources. There we go. All right. So here's our Kali repository sources. Remember, we added the Ubuntu repository. But while we're working on this, right, notice what's happening over here. Okay. We don't have a command prompt. So as long as we have this text editor open, we can't enter anything over here at the command prompt. Now, it may be that that's not going to work for you. You could actually open up another terminal, but let's go ahead and close this, okay? Another way to handle this is to be able to open up a process and run it in the background. Run it in the background so that it doesn't take up all of your resources. Resource probably it doesn't use up your terminals. What I don't want you to do, I want you to run the process in the background and then give control back to the terminal, okay, to the individual user. And we can do that by let's try it again. Here's our command, right? And if we end it with a ampersand, like that, right? So we get both the text editor open and we get control over the terminal again. All right, so this works in, if we're running scripts that might take minutes, hours, days, and you don't want to have to wait until that script is done running before you can use the terminal again. So this basically runs it in the background, okay, so that you can go ahead and still use the terminal. It's a really useful command to use. All right, so just ending it with an ampersand is going to put it into the background. If we wanted to go ahead and bring it back into the foreground, it's going to be simply sudo fg foreground and then the process 5997, process ID 5997. And it doesn't like my command not found. Let's see. Did they change that in this new Linux? Let's find out and fix it. Oh, my bad. Okay, let's go. It does this. Just try it with the ampersand in place. Command not found. Huh. Let's try FGH. Okay, there is an FG command. So let's just try without the sudo. Maybe that's what's throwing out. FG, and then 5997. No such job. Let's do a PS and see if there is a job like that. PS, AUX, should be. There it is right there, 5997. Sudo mousepad. Okay. Let's try it again. Foreground, no such job. Let's see what's wrong with this here. Things change. Okay. Still doesn't like it. Let's close this down. Looks like they've changed the foreground, background. Background seems to work fine. Foreground is where the issue comes up. Let's try running that mouse pad again. Okay, putting in the background. You see that it's right there, 6045. All right, and then I want to foreground again. Let's try FG 6045. No such job. Let's see if we can get the right syntax here. Command not found. Okay, then let's go man FG. Let's see how they've changed. There's no manual entry for FG. Let's go for the help screen for FG. Okay, move a job to the foreground. Place a job specified by job spec in the foreground, making it a current job if job spec is not present. So it's simply FG times the job spec. That's exactly the way it's supposed to be. Yet when I do it, it doesn't. It's not working for me. 6045. No such job. Let's go. Let's enter jobs. There's two of them. You see that right there. And then let's go foreground. And let's go. Let's take 2. There we go. Okay. The specification is not the process number, but the job number. Okay. And so that's where it wasn't working. They've changed it so it's the job number now and not the process number. So you see we've now moved sudo mousepad into the foreground from the background. All right, let's go ahead and close that down. And next, what I want to do is talk about how to schedule processes. So it used to be that there was a command called the @ command, right? Within Linux. There isn't anymore, but you can still get it from in the repository. So let's go see if we can find it in a repository. Let's go sudo apt cache search, and it's called @ Yep, my search is spelled wrong. And it finds a lot of them. I think the binary is actually called @q. Let's see if we can find that. No, I didn't find it. Let's see if we can download it. So sudo apt install @. Yeah, it's there. Okay. So if you're trying to use the @ command on page 69, it's no longer in the Kali. So you can go ahead and download it. And we've got it all downloaded now. And we can go ahead and schedule processes then. So we can go say sudo, say, let's go 2320 11:20 a.m. Then hit enter. Hour too large for a.m. Oops, yeah, that's true. Let's make it 11:20 a.m. And then now I can go ahead and tell it what I want to be executed at 11:20 a.m. So maybe that's a new script that I've, let's see, at home, Kali, we'll call it just hacking script. All right. And then we'll hit enter. And we hit Control D, and there it is scheduled for tomorrow, the next 11:20. Okay. So you can see it's at Wednesday, April 21st at 11:20 a.m. We've got this hacking script scheduled. Notice that it didn't even check to see whether or not the script actually exists. But when it tries to run it tomorrow at 11:20, it'll throw an error, okay, because there's no hacking script there. We could put something in there, something like an nmap script or something like that. So let's do that. Let's create a quick script. Let's go ahead and Open up our mouse pad again. So we'll go sudo mouse pad, and we'll call it hacking script, like we said. There's our mouse pad, and we can create a quick script. Getting a little ahead of ourselves, we'll do scripting here, real like chapter 8. But in this case, we're going to just do, going to open it up with a shebang, and then tell it to do bin bash, and then we could run, say, nmap -st, and then google.com. Okay, and then save it. And then what will happen is at 11:20 tomorrow, it'll run this script and give us the results from our nmap scan on Google. Now we will create something a little more elaborate in tomorrow's class. We do some bash scripting, but this is the way that we could schedule it. So, I tell a story in the book about a famous hacker who is about to be released from prison, I think this month. His name is Max Vision, and he spent 14 years in prison. And so it's like 2007, is that right? Something like that. That he went to prison, and what he was doing is he was working as a infosec security professional in Silicon Valley back then, while running a hacking operation at night. And one of the things that he was doing was he figured out that all of these point of sale systems, Aloha point of sale systems, had a back door essentially at port 5505 that was set there for tech support. And so he figured that out. He knew that he could get in there and extract all of their credit card numbers and PII. So every night he would set up his machine to search the world by every IP address, looking for machines that had port 5505 open. So we could create a simple script that would do that and then present a report when, at the end of the period of time that it was done scanning, it says, okay, all of these IP addresses have port 5505 open. These might be places you want to go hack. So when we get into the bash scripting section, we'll take a look at that, how you can go ahead and create scripts like that. And then, of course, we could schedule it. Okay, so we could go ahead and schedule that script. Once again, say we wanted to do it at like 2 a.m., right? So we could set it up to do something like this. Let's go, let's make it 2 a.m. And then we want to run home, Cali, hacking script. Is that what we call the hacking script? Yeah. And then Control D. Control D. And now we've set that one up. They have two jobs running now, one at 11:20 and one at 2:20, both running these hacking scripts. And so this would be a way to go ahead and set up a job. Now, if you're an administrator of Linux, this is a way to set up jobs like, being able to rotate logs, or backups would be an excellent example. You can go ahead and run backups in the middle of the night every night to be able to make sure that everything's backed up. So we'll look later on, later in the class, on how to use cron jobs, which is also a way to schedule jobs. So those are two ways. The app is simple and quick and easy, but it doesn't have as much granularity, and it's not if you have a lot of jobs, it's not as easy to work with. And if you have So you want to set up jobs that run every Monday or every Saturday at 2 a.m. It's a little clunky to do that. Whereas cron jobs are designed for those types of jobs where you want to say, do a job on the first Saturday of the month at 2:20 a.m. You can do that. With app, it's a little more difficult to do. It's simple and easy. If you want to do simple one job to do tomorrow or the next day, but you start doing more complex job specifications, then you want to use cron jobs. So, okay, well, that completes chapter 6. We're on track. We've got about 16 chapters to do, so we got about 1/3 done today. So we're going to call it good for today, and we're going to come back tomorrow. And tomorrow we're going to look at user environments and bash scripting. Okay, those are going to both going to be really important units. And then the next chapter after that is going to be file system and device storage management. So we got a lot of important things to do tomorrow. So hope you can make it tomorrow, and I will see you then. Good night. Welcome back to day 2 of Linux Basics for Hackers from Hackers Arise. As you know, I'm OTW. And in today's class, we're going to cover the next, 6 or so chapters of Linux Basics for Hackers. So we left off, we were looking at process management in chapter 6. So today we'll try to cover managing user environment variables, bash scripting, compressing and archiving, file system and storage device management, and the logging system. I think that will probably take us through today's class. Maybe we'll get to using and abusing services. But before we do that, let's start off with the managing the user environment variables, or chapter 7 from my book, Linux Basics for Hackers. The environment variables in Linux help to manage the environment that you're working in. The environment variables technically are broken up into 2 types of variables: the shell variables and the environment variables. Environment variables are the process-wide variables built into your system and interface that control the way your system looks, acts, and feels to the user. And they are inherited by any child shells or processes. Shell variables, on the other hand, are typically used in lowercase, typically listed in lowercase, and are only valid in the shell that they're set in. All right, so let's go ahead and let's move into our Kali. Let's take a look at our environment variables. All right, let's log in as Kali and open up a terminal here. Let's wait for it to boot up. Come on, Kali. Okay, now we're logged into Kali. Got a terminal open. Let's go ahead now and take a look at some of our environment variables. The first command that we need is the env command. Okay, env stands for environment. Let's go env, and when I hit enter, you'll see I get a whole lot. All right. So you can see some of the environment variables, for instance, are the shell. Well, it defines it as bin bash right there. Okay. Other key variables here, there's an awful lot of variables. Here's our present working directory. Okay. The log name is Kali. Notice these are all in caps. Okay. They're all in caps. Our home is home Kali. The language is English and UTF-8. What else do we have here? Here's the user Kali. These are some of the colors that are set to display here. And a lot of other variables. Okay. If we want to see all of the user variables, including the shell variables, local variables, and shell functions, we can use the set command. Let's try the set. And we get a lot. Let's see. just displays it all, similar to what we do with cat. So this to be a little more useful, let's try using the more command. All right, and there we get something that's more useful, and we can see. Notice that they're all in uppercase. All right, they're all in uppercase. Notice that here we have his size, and we're going to talk about that in just a minute. We'll be using that in just a minute. His size is the number of commands that Kali stores in your history. All right. So let's go through. I'm just hitting enter, going through and looking at all of the lines. You can see they're very similar initially to what we got in the environment, but then we get even more. All right. Even more variables, because now we have both the shell, the environment, and some functions. And then, like anything in more, to end it, we can just go and see, use the Q and come back to our Kali prompt. All right. So we've got all these variables. What if we just wanted to find one? All right. So we can use our grep. We learned grep a little earlier. We can go set and then grep and look for a particular variable, in this case, the his size that we were talking about. Let's go his size. And you see there it is. His size is set to 1,000 commands. What if we wanted to change that? So for instance, what if we wanted to change the his size to 0 so that when our commands, our past commands, are not stored? So when I hit up arrow, right, I hit up arrow, see all my previous commands, down arrow, right? All my previous commands are stored there. Now, maybe I don't want those to be stored for whatever reason. Somebody else is using the computer. Maybe I want to cover my tracks. One of the things I can do is to change the his size. All right. So we could do that by going hist size is equal to 0. Notice it's all caps. Hit enter. And now, if we go ahead and up arrow and down arrow, nothing happens. All right. My history size is 0. Nothing's being captured. If I want to go ahead and set it back, I can go hist size is equal to 1,000. All right. And now if I go set, pipe it through grep, hist size, you can see it's set to 1,000. And then if I hit up arrow, you can see my commands are being stored again. All right. Now, the way things are set up in Kali is that when I change the his size, it's only for that particular environment. Okay. If I want to go ahead and send it out to all the environments, okay, all my shells, I can go and say export, right, his size. Now this will send it out to all the shells. Okay, they'll all be set to 1,000. I can also change the prompt on my system. So let's say, let's go once again, go set grep. In this case, we're looking for PS1. And you see that there's an entire script here just to change the prompt. Okay, we're not going to change it here. What I'll do is I'll address it in the revision of this book and how we can go ahead and change it. People have written to me and saying they've changed the prompt and they're not happy about it. How can they go ahead and set it back? So we're not going to do that here. We'll just keep on moving along. We're doing some things that are probably more important to your using of Linux rather than simply changing the prompt. The way that the default prompt in Kali works pretty well. All right. In other words, it's telling you what the system is and the user. Right. If we go ahead and change directories, so change directories to Etsy, right? You can see it tells me what directory I'm in. Okay, if I'm in the root directory, okay, you see I'm in the root directory right there. So it works pretty good. All right. So let's not change that. But maybe something we might want to change is the path. That's something that has some leads to sometimes easier work in Kali and in Linux in general. So let's go ahead and just use the echo command. Okay, echo command simply shows you the value of a particular variable. Okay, actually, its echo can be used to display anything on the screen. Right. In this case, what we're doing is using echo to display the contents of a variable. And to get the contents of a variable, we need to use the $sign and then the name of the variable, in this case, path. Now let's take a look at this. Now you may not have seen this before. If you have, great. It applies to almost all operating systems, Windows and Mac and Linux, Unix. But basically, this is the area where your system looks for the commands that you enter at the command line. So when I enter echo, for instance, okay, it looks here, user local bin for it. If it's there, it executes it. If it's not there, it then goes on to user bin. If it's there, it goes ahead and executes. If it's not there, it goes to the bin directory. If it's not there, as you get the idea, it goes through each one of these. And if it doesn't find it in any of these directories, then it comes back and says command not found. Right? So even if a command is, so for instance, you put a new tool in and you're trying to execute it, if that tool is not in one of these directories here, it's not going to find that command, okay, that script, for instance. So what you would need to do is you would need to append your path command if you want to be able to run it from any command prompt anywhere on your system. So it doesn't matter what directory you're in, it'll go to these directories looking for that command. So if we have, say, a new tool and say we want to go ahead and add it, all right, to our path command, this is the way we do it. We can simply go the name of the variable, path, right, and then set it equal. And now what we need to do is to use the value, okay, $sign path. So that says set the path equal to the value in path, the current value, okay, so we're duplicating it, and then colon, add root, and whatever the hacking tool might be, all right? So now what this will do is it'll alter the path to include the directory where our new hacking tool's at. Hit enter, and now we can go ahead and go echo path, and we should reflect the new path. And you can see there it is there. All right. So if there's a script or another tool that's in that directory, it'll automatically look in there for it. Okay. It'll look in these other places first, which leave those pretty much the way they are. All right. Then moving on. What if we wanted to create our own variable? Right? We can create our own variable in Linux. Let's go ahead and just create a variable, my new variable. My new variable is, and then I can put a script or some string in there. The string is going to be something you've heard from me many times. Hacking is the most important skill set in the 21st century. And let's put double quotation marks around it, not single quotation marks, and then hit enter. All right. And now if we go ahead and say echo my new variable, see what I did is I simply echoed the name of the variable and not the value inside the variable, which is what I want to do. So I got to put the $ before it. Okay, go up arrow. All right, and then put the $ before it, and then hit enter. There we go. So there's the value inside of that variable. Of course, it could be a numeric value. It could be a script in there. All right. So if we wanted to go ahead and unset that variable, unset my new variable, okay, unset it, and then we go ahead and echo. Once again, make sure the $ is before it. My new variable, and we'll see there's nothing in it. All right. So that's a quick and dirty lesson on using environment variables. I'll probably spend some more time on environment variables in Linux Basics for Hackers 2. Right? We're going to go into a little more depth in that one. But for now, I think you have everything that you need to be able to operate and function within any Linux environments and have a basic understanding of the environment variables. All right, let's move on to Chapter 8 then. Chapter 8 is an important chapter. This was on bash scripting. So as I say in this chapter, any self-respecting hacker has to be able to write scripts, right? You need to be able to run some automated scripts to do a particular task, whether it just be, running through and doing something over and over ago, an administrative task or a hacking task. You need to be able to write some basic scripts, okay? So if you want to become an elite hacker, you probably should have skills in Python as well as in the bash script, maybe even some Ruby or some Perl. All of those are available at Hackers Rise. I also have a class called Python Basics for Hackers, which you might be interested in. It's part of the subscriber package, and another course called Scripting Basics for Hackers, which covers the basics of Python, Perl, and bash scripting. But what we're going to do here is we're going to create some simple scripts, all right? And we're going to use a text editor. This is Kali 2023, as you can see it right up here, right? 2023. And the default GUI-based text editor is Mousepad. I'm not going to force you to learn how to use Vim. All right, let's go ahead and use one of these GUI-based text editors. Maybe we'll spend some time on Vim in a future tutorial. But what we're going to do here is we're going to create some basic scripts. Now, to run a script, basically what you need to do is simply put the commands that you want to run into a text editor, save it, give yourself execute permissions, and then run it. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So we got to start off with what's called the shebang. Okay, shebang basically tells the interpreter tells the system which interpreter it should use. In our case, we want to use the bin bash interpreter. Interpreter is simply a tool for being able to make sense of the commands that you're running. So if you're running Python commands, use the Python interpreter. Okay, those will make some sense of. They understand Python commands. If you're running a bash script, then you need to go to the bash interpreter because it understands bash commands. There's no universal interpreter. All right, you got to tell it. The first thing you do when you're writing a script is tell it, what interpreter should I use for this? All right. Now, the first thing you're writing any script is you got to know that the # is for comments. All right. # says everything that follows on this line is a comment. It means don't send it to the interpreter. Don't try to run it as a command. All right, so we can use the pound, and that is the next line. Everything that follows this line is a comment. It's simply strings to be read by the developer or other people who are working with the script. So we can go ahead and just put a quick comment in here and say, this is my first bash script. All right, so this will be read by the interpreter. Okay, then this will not be read by the interpreter. And then we're going to put in a simple echo, okay, which is something that'll go ahead and print something out on the screen for us. And typically, when people are doing their first scripting or programming, it's always hello world. But in our case, ours is going to be a little different. It's going to be hello, hackers rise. Hello, good to see you. All right, we've got to put an exclamation point in there. All right, something like that. And then what we can do is to save that. Let's save it as save, and we're going to put it into let's put it into our home Kali. Okay, home Kali directory. I'm going to call it first script. First script. Okay. .sh, which says basically sh says that it's a bash script. Right? That's all it says. It doesn't. Those extensions in Linux really don't carry any weight. It's simply something for you to be able to recognize what it is. So let's go ahead and hit enter and save it. Okay. Notice that immediately, now that it knows is a script, it uses some color coding. Okay. The echo is in red. This is all in blue. The string is all in green. So let's go see if we can run this. All right, go ahead and close this. And now, first thing we need to do before we run it is go ls-l. First of all, we need to go into that directory. Go cd home Kali. You may already be there. I'm not. Okay. And then do ls-l. And we should be able to find that script. Where is it? First script right there. Okay. Now, earlier we learned about permissions on files, and you can see that Kali, the Kali user, has read and write permission. The Kali group has read permission. Everyone else has read permission on it, but nobody has execute permission on it. So we've got to change that. Earlier, we learned that we could change the permissions, okay, using the change mod command. Change CH mod, change mod, and let's say 755. That's going to give everybody, 755 means that everybody's going to get permission to execute. All right, and then we're going to go, it's called first script, right? Is that what the name of that? First script SHA. Now, if we do an ls-l and go back to that file, we'll see that, first of all, it's changed color. It's now like a greenish blue. And we can see that the user, the owner, the group, and everybody else can execute that script. All right. So we're giving everybody permission. So here you can see this is RWX. That's 421. That's 7. R-X. That's 4 and 1. That's 5. And same with everyone else. That's where the change mod 755 comes from. All right. Now we can go ahead and execute this script. All right. So we can, first of all, let's just try running it first. Let's use the sudo first script .sh and hit enter. And you can see that it comes back as command not found. This takes us back to what I was telling you a minute ago about the path command. When you run a command, it looks in those directories that are in the path command for that particular script or file. Now, in our case, Ours is in the Kali, the home Kali directory. So it won't look there. It's not in the path command. Let's go back to our path command. Echo, even though we changed it, echo path. You can see that the home Kali is not in that path command. There's not a directory in there. So it's going ahead, and we try to run this. It looks in each of these directories. It doesn't find it and says command not found. Now, to run this script, what we can do is that we can tell Linux that we want to just look in the current directory. And we can do that by using a dot / and then go first script sh, and you can see it ran. All right. So now when we put that dot / before the name of the script, it doesn't go to the path command. It goes into the directory that we're working in, the present working directory, and looks for first script there. All right, and we were able to run our script quickly and easily. All right, so let's go ahead and create another script. Let's go ahead and open up Mousepad again. Sudo Mousepad. And now, in this case, we're going to create a slightly different script. This is a script that has some historical significance within, within the hacking field. It was used by a fellow by the name of Max Butler. This is back in the first decade of the 21st century. I called it aughts. Okay. And he was a gray hat hacker who, during the day, was a security engineer for a Silicon Valley company. And by night, he was hacking and running the world's largest Carter market. His name is Max Butler. And one of the things that Max found out was that he could go ahead, that there was these point of sale systems run by small restaurants called the Aloha system that had port 5505 open so that the tech support could come in and help small business owners who were running their software. And so when somebody connected to port 5505, there was no authentication, and they went in and they had basically root privileges over the system. So what Max figured out is that he could go in to these port 5505, extract all the credit card numbers and names, and make a fortune. And he did. Before he got caught. He's scheduled actually to be leaving prison, I think, this month. This is April of 2021. He's been in prison for like 13 or 14 years, and he's scheduled to leave prison now. But here's something that he did. He let run at night to find machines that had port 5505 open. Okay. Okay, here's what we got to do. First of all, like any script, we're going to go use the shebang and then tell it go bin bash. Okay, that's where we start. And then we're going to put in a little comment here. Okay, this script is designed to find systems with port 5505 open. Okay? And then all we're going to do is create a nmap script that's going to search for port 5505 open. So if you know a little bit of nmap, okay, if you don't, I have a couple of tutorials on Hackers Arise on using nmap, but nmap just goes out and finds out whether or not ports are open. So what we're going to do is create this script and have it look for port 5505. And let's go and, let's see. Before we do that, let's open up another system that we can test it on. All right. So first of all, let's see if we have, let's ping Google, see if we can access the outside world. We can't. All right, let's go to network, go to settings. Okay, it's a bridge adapter, that's fine. So let's go ahead and open up another machine on this system. on this virtual box. And let's go here. We've got several machines. Let's just open up Metasploitable 2 just for fun. Okay. And open this up. Okay. Oh, this one doesn't work. Let's go open up a different system. Let's go here. And I got several of them. Let's go to the OWASP BWA. All right, let's open up this one. And then let's use this as our target system. You can use any system. We're just testing on a script, right? So we'll use this as our target. All right. Just take a minute here. I'm going to close this one down. This one should be just about up and running. Let's log in as root and as OWASP BWA. Okay, there we go. So here's our OWASP machine up and running. And let's go ifconfig to see what IP address it has. And it looks like it doesn't have any IP address. That's a problem. And, all right, just trying to get my mouse back. All right, let's go over here and see what IP address we have on our Kali system. And I got to go sudo ifconfig. And this one doesn't have an IP address either. So we're going to do a little assigning of IP addresses. All right, sudo ifconfig. All right, ETH0. Let's use some real simple IP addresses. 1101. All right, then go sudo ifconfig. And you see it now has 101. Then let's go back to our BWA system. And let's get it up over here. And let's assign it. Now, it doesn't require sudo to use. We're logged in as root. We don't need to use sudo to get privileges there. So we'll go ETH0, 192.168.1.102. Okay. And now we should be able to ping these machines. Let's go ping. And go 192.168.1.101. And there, we've got connectivity. Beautiful. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and minimize this system. All right. And then let's go back to our, let's make sure we can ping both directions. Okay, 192.168.1.102, I believe that one was. Yep. Okay, good. All right. Now, let's just do a quick demo on Nmap in case you're not familiar with it. Let's go sudo nmap -st 192.168.1.102. Basically, Nmap's going to go out and try to do a three-way handshake to each of the ports on that system and see whether or not they're open. Let's go ahead and run it. Just should take a moment here. Should come back with our report. And there we go. You can see it shows me these ports are open. All right. SSH on port 22, port 80, 139, 143, 443, 445. They're all open. 5001, 8080, 8081, All right, those are all open on that system. So that's what Nmap can do. What we want to do is to go and create a script that's going to look for a particular port. In this case, it was Max Butler was looking for port 5505. And so we're going to go out there and go 192, 168, 102, okay, looking for -P 5505, right? And then we're going to send it to dev null. So that's sending the output that normally appears on the screen to dev null, which is basically sending it to so it doesn't appear on the screen. That's what it does. And then we're going to send the output in a greppable format, okay, to, let's call it Aloha Scan. That's the name of the file. And then we're going to display the contents of that scan, Aloha Scan. I've got to make sure my case is correct. Okay, it should be uppercase A, Aloha Scan. And then we're going to use our grep command to find just those lines where there's an open appears, right? Looking for the word open, and then send it to another, pipe it to another file called Aloha Scan 2, right? And then we're going to cat that file, Aloha Scan 2. Okay, let's go through this then. All right. So here's our bin bash, tells it what interpreter to use. Okay. Then we have the comments, okay, right here. So it's not going to be executed. Then we're going to have run the nmap command against this particular system, looking for port 5505 is open. Send the output that normally appears on the screen to dev null. That's just a place in Linux where things disappear, okay? And then we're going to send it in a greppable format to a file called Aloha Scan. And then we're going to display cat Aloha Scan and then pipe it to grep, looking for the keyword open. Okay, what we're looking for is that keyword open. We saw it earlier right here, this keyword here, open. We only want to see those lines where that appears and then send that, okay, redirect. That's what that is, sends that output to a file called Aloha Scan and then go ahead and display that file. And then let's go ahead and save it. All right, save that file. And we'll save it once again in Kali. We'll call it Aloha Scan.sh. All right. You see that the color has changed on our script. Let's go over here and let's take a look and see if we can find it. All right. Whoops. ls-l. And it should be right near the beginning. There's Aloha Scan. Notice we don't have any execute permissions on it. So let's go ahead and fix that. So we're going to go sudo, okay, change mod 755. Actually, let's do 744. That means only the owner is going to have execute permissions on it. And for Aloha Scan SH. All right. Now, if we go back to our file, let's take a look at it. And we should see that once it changed colors, we can see now that we have the X there, so we can execute it. Nobody else can execute it, though, just us. And then let's go ahead and run it. And hopefully we don't get any errors. Let's go. But that's part of the learning process to get errors. All right, so let's go ahead like this. This says go and look in the current present working directory for Aloha Scan, and if it is, run it. Let's hit enter, and permission denied. Permission denied. Let's go sudo Aloha scan. There we go. And what it's doing now is it's running that script, looking for what ports are open on that system. And you see that it came back with nothing, because we know that there are no, that port 5505 is not open on that system. All right, so just for demonstration purposes, since we know what ports are open on that system, see if our script works, we know that there's, for instance, this port 8080 is open on that system. Let's do that. So let's change our script to look for that port and see whether or not it works. Let's go ahead and save it. All right, let's try it again. Let's see whether or not it works looking for port 8080. Ultimately, we'd like to use this script to scan the whole world for port 5505 open. That's what Max Butler did. But as we're testing it, we just need to make sure that it works. So we're using it on a test system here. And let's go ahead and hit enter and see if it can find port 8080. There it is. Beautiful. Okay. So it went through and grabbed a single line of output where it said open. Right? It didn't show me all of the output that we normally would get. Right? We got that. We ran it before. We got all of that output that showed all the ports that were open. Right? But we were only looking for port 8080. It found that it was open and gave us that in our single line of output and sent it out to a file called Aloha Scan 2. So we could go cat now, Aloha Scan 2, and you can see we get the same output right there. All right, let's go ahead then and make some changes to our script. Now, our script right now only allows us to be able to scan for one IP address and one port. What if we wanted to make it a little bit more flexible so that it could scan multiple IP addresses and maybe a range of IP addresses and different ports? So we can make this kind of a generic scanner that can go out there and look for ranges of IPs for certain ports that might be vulnerable to attack. Let's see what we can do to make that happen. So let's go ahead and change. Let's leave our comment the same. But what we're going to do now is we're going to send out an echo like we did earlier, right? We did the hello hackers arise. But so this is what's going to appear on the screen to the user. So once again, we're trying to make this more of a generic script that has greater flexibility, can look at different IP addresses, different ports. So what we're going to do is we're going to prompt the user enter the starting IP, okay, that they want to start scanning at. The starting IP address to scan, let's say. All right. And then close it with so we put it all between, notice it all turns green. It's all just simply strings that's going to be echoed back to the user. And then we can put in a read. Now what read does is that it takes whatever the user inputs from the keyboard and puts it into a variable. So what we need to do is simply give that variable a name. We'll call it first IP. All right. So when the user sees this prompt, the system will stop and wait for them to put in an IP address, and it'll go into this variable called first IP. All right. Then we're going to say echo. All right. So this is going to be just what's going to be seen on the screen to the user. Echo, enter the last octet, okay, of the last IP. And the reason that has to be the last octet is that Nmap when it looks for a range of IP addresses, will only work within a single network. And when you put in the range, well, I'll show you. Okay. So when you're working with Nmap, right? Say you're doing an Nmap script looks like this: 192.168.1.101. If you want to put in a range, you put in a dash, and then you can put in the final octet of the range. In this case, say 255. Right? So it'll scan all the IP addresses between 101 and 255. Because it won't take a full IP address, it will not take this. Okay, it's just how Nmap works. It will not use a range that looks like this. All right, that'll throw an error. All right, see, failed to resolve this. All right, that doesn't work. But if I did, say, like this, now it works. All right, so it'll take a starting IP and then the ending octet. So let's stop it here. So that's why we have to make our scan this way. Enter the last octet of the last IP. All right. So it's prompting the user twice. All right. And then we want to prompt the user for what port they're looking for. All right. So echo, and then we'll say enter the port number. Let me get a dash in there. The port number you want to scan for. Let's put in like that. Okay. Double quotation marks. And then actually over here, we got to fix this right here because we didn't put in a variable. Read last, we'll call it last octet IP, like that. So it goes into, this should be read. Let's get this fixed here. Okay, read, and then this should be last octet IP. Let's make sure that it remembers that Linux is case sensitive. All right, so let's get it like that. And then we need to, over here, read, let's just call it port. Then, okay, so we've prompted the user 3 times for information. Okay, then we want to go ahead and put these variables into our scan. So we're going to use the first IP and the last IP and the port. Everything else pretty much should stay the same. So let's go ahead and make those changes. So rather than having a fixed IP address, we'll just use first IP. All right. And then we're going to run from first IP through the last octet IP. All right. So that says go ahead and start scanning at the IP addresses in here and run to this octet, this final octet here, looking for port 8080. But let's fix that and put in the variable port. All right. You see how this has become far more flexible. We can, the user can go ahead and put in any IPs, an IP range and port, and get it to scan. One of the things that we need to remember is that when we're using a value of a variable, we need to precede it with a $sign. All right, so these all have to have $signs before them. Notice they turn purple. All right. Now, let's go ahead and save it. I think we've got everything right. Let's go ahead and save. And we're going to call this one, let's call it Aloha Scan 2. All right, this is just to distinguish it from the other one. All right, and then let's save. Then, of course, we need to give ourselves execute permissions on it. All right, so we're going to go sudo change mod 744 in this case, Aloha Scan 2 SH. Okay, good. So now we should be able to run this. Let's take a look at it. Let's see if we can run it. Let's go sudo Aloha Scan SH. Remember, we have to precede with the dot / that says look in the present working directory, not in the path variable for this particular script. And hit enter, and it starts running. Oh, my bad. It should be Aloha Scan 2. All right, let's stop it. Control C. And what we want to do is do Aloha Scan 2. All right, and then it should start prompting us. All right, enter the starting IP address we want to scan. Okay, let's do this. 192.168.1.101. All right, it takes that and puts it into a variable. And then it says, what's the last octet of the last IP? Let's go 255. Okay. What port do we want to look for? Let's look for 8080 because we know that one's there. And then go ahead and hit enter. And then it should begin its process. Now, this is going to take a few minutes. So I'm going to pause the recording and then I'll come back as soon as it's done. Okay, we're back. It only took a couple minutes and you can see, all right, that our script ran effectively, right? It ran through some 155 IP addresses, found only one of them that had port 558080 open, all right? And our script now is written flexibly enough that it can run through any range of IP addresses and look for any ports, all right? So good job. That seemed to work great. Hopefully everything was pretty clear in what we did there. Pretty simple script, but it's pretty useful at the same time. Just one of the things I want to point out is on page 90 and 91, there's some built-in bash commands. You might want to take a look at some of those. These are commands that are built in. We can put any system commands into our bash script, but we also have some built-in bash commands as well. So take a look at that. And with that, that concludes chapter 8. And let's move on now to chapter 9. Okay, let's move on to chapter 9, compressing and archiving. When you're using Linux as a hacker or in any capacity, very often you're going to need to install or download new software. And the smaller that software is, the faster it can be downloaded. And so that's what takes us to compressing and archiving. If you come from the Windows world, you probably are familiar with the zip format. So what we're going to be doing is something very similar to that. We're going to be using multiple compression algorithms that are open source and built into Linux for being able to compress and then eventually archive some files. All right. So let's go ahead and close out some of these things that we have going on. Let's close out this mouse pad. And let's see if we can close this terminal. Let's clear this one up. One of the things that often newcomers to Linux are surprised to see is the idea of tarring files. Tarring files is basically what's called a tape archive, tape archive. So it's like this tape archive, okay? Or it's abbreviated as tar in Linux. In tar, what it does is it takes multiple files and puts them together. It doesn't necessarily compress them. Actually, it doesn't compress them. It actually makes them larger. Okay, but it puts them together so that they can be transferred as a single file. One other quick note about compression here before we move forward, and that is the idea of lossy and lossless compression. Lossy compression is what you're probably most familiar with. That's things like MP3, MP4, JPEG files. Those are all lossy compression, meaning that you can get good compression by not having the resulting file from the compression be identical to the original file. There are some losses. That's why it's called lossy compression. Let me put it up on the screen here so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, there's lossy compression. Lossy compressions are things like MPEG, MPEG 3. I'm sorry. Yeah, it should be MP3s and MP4s. And MP4s, it actually is MPEG, all right, but we abbreviate it as MP. And JPEG. Okay, these are all lossy compression. They're very efficient, but they produce, in this case, video or music or an image that's not identical to the original. You can get better compression if you actually are able to lose something. Right? So maybe the color green isn't exactly the same as the original. Right? So this is, by doing this, you can go ahead and get much better compression. Now, lossless looks like this, is where the original file and the resulting file after compression are identical. All right, this you can't get as good a you can't get as high a compression ratio. Okay, you can't compress it as much, but you have exactly the same before and after compression. All right. Moving on then. Let's talk about some archive and then we'll get into some compression. Let's go ahead and let's make up some files. And we're going to look at how we can go ahead and archive them. So we're going to make, let's say, well, let's see what I have here. Well, let's see what we can do. See some files that we can use. Let's see. You see there's a bunch. We have all these files right here. We can go ahead and the Aloha scan. We can go ahead and tar them together. All right. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go tar. Okay, what tar does is it takes the individual files and puts them together into a single file. All right. So we're going to go tar dash CBF. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and put each of those, the resulting file, let's call them Aloha. Let's call it Aloha archive. Let's call it that. Archive tar. And then each one of the files that we want to put in there. All right. So we go Aloha script, Aloha script 2. And we had some others there. We had just those two. Aloha scan. Let's get those straight. Aloha scan. Scan. And Aloha scan 2. And what else do we have there? And then we just have the executable files there. And let's just work with those two initially. All right. Let's go ahead and call them Aloha archive using the CVF. The C option means to create. The V stands for verbose. Almost all of the Linux commands, when you use the C, it means verbose. It means give me all the information or give me more information. All right. And then the F means to write to the following file. So we've gone create, give me verbose, and then write to the file, this one right here, these two. Let's go ahead and hit enter. And you can see it comes back and it gives me the Aloha, the two files that went into that file. Now, if I left off the V, you can see that what happens if I do it again, nothing happens. So by using the V, it gives me that output of what files are going into this archive. All right, there we go. Now if we go ls-l and take a look, we should see the Aloha archive. There it is. I went too far up. There it is right there, the tar file. Now, if I wanted to untar them, which means take them apart, all right, then I can go ahead and use the tar command, and then let's go -x, and that means extract verbose file, and then we'll call it Aloha, what was it, archive, tar. Okay, and notice it comes back, and now our archive has been untarred. All right. So that's a real common way. When you're downloading files, you'll often find that they're tarred, and you also often find that they're zipped using gzip. Okay, and that's what we're going to get to next. All right. So let's go ahead and look at compressing files. We're going to look at 3 different methods of compressing files. Let me put it up on the screen here. We're going to use, for instance, gzip. Gzip. We'll look at bzip 2, and we'll look at compress. As our 3 compression algorithms. Let's start with gzip. Gzip, okay, is the most commonly used compression utility in Linux, so you're going to find it a lot. Very often you'll see that at the end of a file name, you'll see that it has been zipped, where you'll see the file is going to end with a gz for gzip. So let's go ahead and try zipping those 2 files together. So for instance, we can make things simple. We can go gzip, right? And then say aloha, right? And then let's just go anything with aloha in it using wildcard. So it says go ahead and zip anything that has the word, starts with the word aloha. And then go ahead and take a look. And we should see it up above. And you can see that there's our gzip. So we've gone ahead and zipped the Aloha archive. We've zipped the Aloha scan. So everything that has Aloha, starting with Aloha, is now zipped, making it much smaller. All right. Let's take a look at how much smaller. So here, for instance, the Aloha archive tar is only 364 bytes. What was it before? Let's go up above and take a look. And you see it was, wow, okay, it's down to about the third the size. All right, it was 10,000 bytes. All right, and now, wow, it's significantly smaller. Oh, okay, I think that isn't a good reflection. Let's look at the Aloha scan, 391 bytes, and then down below when it's zipped, 90 bytes. Okay, so about a quarter the size. That's more typical. Let's go ahead, Aloha scan. Yeah, let's go to Aloha scan. The original one was, let's go up here, and Aloha scan was 391. That's the one I was looking for, 391. And yeah, let's start with the first one. Aloha 190 here. The script, the executable script, 190, and then the executable script dropped just by a little bit. I gotta compare apples to apples here. Then go to Aloha scan 2 is 391. There we go. And then let's go down here when it's zipped. Aloha scan 2 is 90. All right. Actually, let's go to Aloha scan right here, 262. All right. Comparing them, 262 and 391. So less than 50% compression. We want to go ahead and unzip them. It's pretty simple. Use gun zip. And let's go and say Aloha again. So we'll do using a wildcard. Everything that has Aloha, starts with Aloha, we want to unzip it. And now we can go ls-l. We should see that all of those files are now unzipped. Okay, this one is still tarred, but these are all unzipped. All right, so they're back to their original size. We can also do the same thing with bunzip. Okay, bzip. And so we're going to go bzip2. All right, let's go Aloha. And we'll use the wildcard again. So we'll go ahead and zip all of them and do an ls-l. And we'll see that they have all been zipped as well. All right. And you see they all end with bz2, bunzip2. And of course, we can go ahead and unzip them by using bunzip, which I mistakenly said originally, bunzip2. Right? That's where we unzip. It's b unzip2. And then we'll go Aloha. And using the wildcard again. And now we go ls-l. And we can see they've all been unzipped. All right. We still have the tar, which basically is taking multiple files and put them into a single file. That's all tar does. But these compression algorithms can be used in conjunction with the tar to make them smaller as well. And then we can also do the same thing with compress. Go Aloha, Aloha, and then wildcard. And now we go ls-l and go up and take a look at those. And they just end in a Z, okay? They've been compressed. And generally, the gzip is the most efficient, bunzip is second, and compress is the least efficient of the compression algorithms. So to unzip the compress, we simply do uncompress. And we'll do Aloha again. Aloha. Everything with Aloha starts with Aloha, wildcard, and unknown suffix gzip. One of them still have gzip on it. I'm getting a strange message there. See, these all have Z at the end. All right. Aloha unknown suffix ignored. Oh, I just ignored those. So let's go ahead. It didn't have a Z at the end, so I ignored it. Let's go back and look, and they should all be back to their original size and integrity. All right. One more thing that we want to take a look at is creating physical copies for maybe archiving of a drive. And the command that we're talking about here, let's go ahead and clear our screen, is called dd. Okay, this creates a bit-by-bit or physical copy of whatever drive you're trying to copy. So I'm going to go ahead and put in a thumb drive. Okay, so we can use that. It can be used on hard drives, thumb drives, any storage device in Linux. All right, I'm putting in a flash drive, and let's make sure that it's attached. Let's go up. You see it came up here, but I have to attach it then to my virtual machine. And let's go USB, and here it should be right here. It's a PNY USB 3. I want to attach it. Wait for it to come up on the screen here, then we know that it's been mounted. There it is. Okay, so DD can be used for archiving, for making bit-by-bit copies of flash drives, hard drives. In forensics, for those of you who have been through my forensics class, know that it's used to also create a forensically sound copy of a drive or any storage device. And so that's where you'll often see it. So the format for DD looks just like this. It's just going to be DD, then the input file, whatever that file happens to be, and then output, whatever that file happens to be. So it's real simple. DD input file equal, and then the name of the file, and then output file. All right. Now remember that in Linux, the name of the devices are going to be slightly different than what they are in Windows or in uh, the Mac OS. In our case here, the devices are going to have names that, well, let's take a look at it. All right. Just so what I did is I ran df in Linux, and you see these are all of my devices, and it gives me how much they're being used, the number of blocks, how many are used, the available, and the percent used, and where it's mounted at. Notice that here's our hard drive, SDA1. All right, that's the way that Linux denotes the drives, is that it's first of all the dev, okay, device, and then the type of device, okay. In modern systems, when you're using SATA drives, it starts with the S, and then device, and then which device. If it's the first hard drive, it'd be A, and then the second would be B, and the third would be C, and then what partition of that device. So this would be the first partition of drive A. That's probably a SATA drive. So to go ahead and use our DD command, we could use this very simply. Go DD, okay, remember, it's pretty straightforward. Use the IF, all right, and then equal, and then dev SDA1, okay, that first partition, and then we could go ahead and go output file. Oops, it should be OF. And then where we want to send the output file to, say root, let's call it bit copy of device. All right. We might use this, for instance, for archiving, making copies. We might also be able to use this in forensics when we want to make a physical copy of the drive, not just a backup. We will make a physical copy because physical copies can be used for forensic analysis because it includes things like deleted files, like what's called slack space, and this would be like the remnants of a file that's been overwritten. When you're making a backup of a file, those things are not included. So DD is kind of an important command. All right. So that concludes chapter 9. Let's go on. Since we're talking about file system and storage device management, let's take a look at that. Remember that in a Windows system, the hard drives that generally have the hard drives and all your storage devices have A, B, no, A, C, D, E, F. They have letters for each physical drive. Not true in Linux. In Linux, what we have is, remember, we have root at the top of the file system, and then all of the devices are attached to it. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look at, for instance, let's go back a little bit. Let's go up to CD, up to root. That's the top of our file system. It's kind of similar to the C drive in Windows, except that the C represents a physical drive. In our case, the root represents a logical top of the file system tree, and it can have multiple physical drives beneath it. Multiple physical drives beneath it. And so every device is stored under the top of the file system. So if we go to the very top, and then we can go ahead and do, say, an ls dash, let's just do ls, we have all of our directories at the very top of the file system, including one right here that we may have mentioned earlier called dev. Dev stands for devices. That means that there's a file in this directory for every device. Let's go there and take a look at it. Let's go ls-l, and you can see there's a whole lot of files in there, right? A whole lot of files for every device. And notice here, these are the storage devices: SDA, SDA1, SDA2, SDA5, SDB, and SDB2. So there's two storage devices. All right, and we'll go into this a little bit. Two storage devices, one is A and one is B, and they have multiple partitions of those devices. And those are all the devices on the system. As I was mentioning earlier, and we did it with the DD command, in Linux, we represent Linux hard drives, or any storage device, or storage devices. They're represented this way as SDA, we saw that. Okay, then SDB would be the second storage device. SDC, okay, would be the third. And since most of us are using SATA devices, okay, or we're using solid state devices, they're all going to be represented as S. If you're using an older system that has IDE hard drives, they're going to be represented as HDA, HDB, that way. Most of us have SATA devices. They've been kind of the standard for 15 years or so. So this is probably what you're seeing on your system. And then each one of those devices can be partitioned. Like we saw below, let's go up here, we saw our storage devices were partitioned. You see here's the device, partition 1, partition 2, and then the third partition has a 5. This one is my flash drive, and it's the first partition on that flash drive. So going back here, our partitions each one of the devices can be partitioned, all right? If we wanted to see, okay, which devices are on our system, one of the things, these are all of our all devices. Okay, you're gonna find things like keyboard and mouse and floppy drives if there are any. These are all devices. These are all TTY are all the terminals. All right. Let's go back. Let's go and take a look at fdisk. Fdisk is a command for being able to list all the storage devices on your system. Let's go. I'm going to go ahead and clear my screen so you can see it better. Clear. Clear. Got to spell it right. Clear. Wow. Twice. All right. Now let's go fdisk. Fdisk is a command that's going to show you all the storage devices on your system. Let's go ahead and hit enter here, and let's do sudo fdisk. Didn't like my fdisk as it was. All right, here we go. So it shows me the disk SDA, okay, dev SDA. We saw that. It's 80 gigs. Tells me how many bytes, how many sectors. The disk model, it's a virtual box hard disk. Tells me the sectors are 512 bytes and lots of other information. But the key that we really want here is this here. Here's the SDA1, SDA2, SDA3. All right, SDA 5, 3 partitions, the starting and ending block, how many sectors it has, the size, the ID, and the type. All right. Then we have SDB. This is my flash drive. It says 230.59 gigabytes. All right. It's a 256. It shows me it's a USB 3. It shows me the bytes and the sectors on it. All right. And then it shows me that there's there's a partition on that flash drive. It tells me the type is HPFS, NTFS, or exFAT. Okay, so that kind of gives you a basic understanding of how Linux denotes your storage devices. And once you know that, then you can begin to work with them, like we did with the DD command. Also, we have one of the things to keep in mind is that in Linux, we can mount devices, right? We can mount devices and unmount devices. Now, once again, let's go back to our top of our file system. Let's clear, all right? And then let's do ls-l, ls-l. Notice that right here, we have a directory called mount. And this is where hard drives that are attached to the file system get mounted. A mounting basically just means it's available to the system. So it has to be attached and then available to the system at the mount directory. Now, most Linux distributions now do this automatically, very similar to what your Windows system or your Mac system does. But sometimes you may have to do it manually, and so we're going to take a look at that. Also note that over here we have a media directory. Media is where your flash drives and other devices are mounted. This is kind of relatively new within the family of Linux systems. So mount is used for hard drives, and then media is used for things like flash drives and other external devices. So let's go ahead and take a look at CD to media and see if anything is mounted there. So we can go ls-l. And you can see that there is right now, looks like a CD-ROM, okay, is mounted there. And let's go back and take a look at the mount directory and see if there's anything mounted there. It looks like nothing is mounted there. Now, if we wanted to go ahead and mount something, we can use the mount command and go mount, all right? And say we wanted to go ahead and mount device. Let's go device and say we want to mount that flash drive, and that was SDB1. And where do we want to go ahead and mount it at? Well, we could mount it at the MNT. Let's go ahead and hit enter. And it says must be super user to mount, of course. So we got to go ahead and use sudo mount dev. This would be trying to mount the flash drive. If it didn't automatically mount itself, we can go ahead and mount it. And looks like the disk contains an unclean file system. The file wasn't safely closed on Windows. It's fixing it. So right now it's been attached to the Windows system. When it was disconnected from the Windows system, it left some remnants there. It wasn't safely removed. So it's going ahead and fixing that, and then it'll go ahead and mount it. Should take a few minutes. It's a good idea. I think what happened is that when I didn't eject it, I just simply took it out. And I went ahead and mounted it. All right. Good job. If I want to go ahead and unmount it, I just use the U mount, not unmount, but U mount dev SB, in this case SB SDB1, that's what we had mounted. Let's go ahead and U mount it. And no such file or directory. Let's use a sudo U mount and dev SDB DB1. There we go. Now it's unmounted. I must have made a typo previously. Let's see if I did. No, I think it just, when I typed it originally, I didn't use the sudo, so it just kind of gave me that error message. Okay. Now, when we're monitoring file systems, we have another command that we used a little earlier, and that's called df. Right? Df just simply allows us to look at what's available spaces. df stands for disk free, and we can go ahead and see all of our devices and see how much capacity they have. That's always useful to know. So it says right here that device SATA device, the first one, partition 1, shows us how many blocks it has, how many are used, how many are available, and the percentage that's used. Sometimes we have to go ahead and check for errors, all right? And we have a command called fs check that can check for errors on the device. It says command not found, use sudo fs check. All right, so what comes back and says it's mounted, all right? So it's not going to allow me to go ahead and do any checking because it's mounted. So I'd have to unmount it. And if I unmount it, then my operating system is not going to work. So this is only going to work when you can unmount the device and then go ahead and check. Now, let's see. I've got a flash drive in here. Let's go and let's see if I can go ahead and do a FS check on it. I unmounted SDB1. Let's see if I can go ahead and do a check on that one. FS check, and then we can use the -P, right? And then dev SDB1. That would be my flash drive here, and I should be able to. Once again, I got to use sudo before it. Tells me it hasn't been found. And no such file or directory trying to open SDB1. Possibly non-existent device. Let's try it without the partition. Still doesn't. Let's make sure that my flash drive, when it got unmounted, remounted itself to the Windows system. Let's see if we can do this in a virtual box system. What I want is to go USB, PNY. There it is, but it is mounted now, so that's going to create problems. No, there we go. Okay. All right, it says bad magic number for superblock while trying to open. Superblock could not be read, does not describe a valid extended 2, extended 3, extended 4 file system. If the device is valid and it really contains, okay, so it's only going to work, as it says here, for extended 2, extended 3, and extended 4 file systems. That particular flash drive is an NTFS, right? And exFAT. So it's not going to be able to go ahead and do any file system check. It also tells us more, okay? If the device is valid and it really contains an extended 2, extended 3, extended 4 file system, okay, then the superblock is corrupt. You might try running the extended 2 FS check with the alternate superblock, okay, the superblock number and device. It found a DOS partition table, all right, so it's telling me that it's probably for a Windows system, and that's the problem. All right, but it can go ahead and remove, kind of like I'm trying to remember. I haven't used this in a long time on Windows. File system check. Is that what it is in Windows? So you can do the same thing. If there's any bad files, corrupted files, it goes ahead and fixes them. So that's chapter 10 in Linux Basics for Hackers. Let's move on to chapter 11. Okay, let's take a look at chapter 11, which is on the logging system. Okay, for any Linux users, it's crucial to be knowledgeable in the use of the log files. In other words, if you're an administrator, you want to know what's been taking place on your system. Okay, the log files store all the information about everything that's been going on in the system, including errors and intrusions, things that have gone wrong, people that have logged in, all that's going to be in the log files. As a hacker, though, the log files can be a trail to your activities and identity. So one of the things we want to do is be able to see where the logs are kept and then maybe how we can manipulate them to hide our identity and our activities on the system. In most Linux systems now, we have what's called the rsyslog system, the rsyslog daemon. So this is a process, okay, a daemon that runs in the background that manages all of the logging on the system. Now let's take a look at the rsyslog daemon. So we can simply go locate and go rsyslog. Well, things are not typing on my system. I have to go ahead and change the focus. Rsyslog. You can see there's a whole lot of files. Okay, and if we go right up to the top, we can see that there's an etc rsyslog conf. That's the configuration file for rsyslog. Rsyslog is the logging daemon for our system. Now let's go ahead and open up that file. Let's go sudo mousepad and take a look at the configuration file for rsyslog. It's going to be at etc syslog.conf. Let's see, spelled it wrong. Okay, let's go back. Make sure I get the rsyslog. Forgot the F at the end. There we go. Okay, so here's our rsyslog.conf. You can see that it's using port 514. So remember, port 515 for rsyslog on Linux systems. If port 514 is open, it means that it's sending its logs out to a syslog centralized server. So let's take a look at let's go down scroll down this file a little bit. You can see it talks about the file owner, the file group, okay, the file creation, and the file create mode. All right, so this is directory create, and this is the file create mode. Those are the masks we learned about, I think, in chapter 5. Got some standard log files. You can see them here. Here's the mail logging files. You can see here the daemon, the cron, the printer, the mail, and the user. All right. So these are all the logging directories. It tells you where you can find those directories, where you can find those logs. Now, the logging system is based upon this idea of a facility, a priority, and an action. Okay, facility, a priority, and action. So for instance, here's the logging for mail. Mail is the facility. Let me just put this up on the screen before we move in here and go. The logs are kept by a facility, okay, dot, and then the priority, and then the action. So in the case in this logging file, you can see for mail, all right, that's the facility. The priority is info. That's a low priority. And then where will you find those at? And then you have mail, the facility, a warning, which is a little higher, and where you'll find those logs. And then mail, and then error, which is a slightly higher priority, and then the var log mail errors where you'll find those at. All right. So the list of the priorities look like this. So we have at the very bottom, we have debug, then we have info, then we have notice, then we have warning, then we have error and error, both. So those are the priorities. And then each one of the facilities, you can see those up above here. The facilities are going to be auth or auth priv. Okay, these are security authorization messages are going to be in here. The cron is going to be the clock daemons for managing jobs. We have the daemon, there's the other daemons. So when it has the star after it like that, that means all. Okay, all priorities are all going to go there unless it's otherwise spelled out. Then we have the kernel messages, the printing system, the mail system, and the user. I guess I didn't give you all of the, I must have missed some of the priorities. Let's get them all down there for you. There's also critical, and alert, and emergency, and panic. That sounds pretty serious, right? So the codes warn, error, and panic have all been deprecated and should not be used. All right, but deprecated means that usually they'll work, but they're preferred that you use the. In the case of error, it would be ERR. In the case of panic, it would be alert or emergency. So for instance, let's go back to our configuration file. Where is it again? Let's go open it up. So we talked about here that mail, all right, all the mail for all priorities is going to go var log mail log. You can see the pattern here. That's going to be var log and then the facility and then with an extension of log. Now we can see here that we can separate out the mail, different mail messages, and each one of those, okay, uses the priority level as the extension. So we could go ahead and, for instance, and it shows you more log files, but say we wanted to go ahead and create, let's say, what do we want to do here? Let's go, say, for kern. This would be kernel messages, okay? Kernel in the critical kernel messages. And then we want to go ahead and put those into Let's tab across and go var log and then kernel. Okay, so we can put in any directory we want. We could end it with kernel log. Okay, put an extension log. We don't have to go like that. And now all the critical kernel messages are going to go into that directory. All right. So that's how the logging file works. Let's go ahead and close it down now. Now that you know how it works, let's don't save it. I don't want to change it, make any changes. Now there's another file, okay, called log rotate. Let's go ahead and take a look at that one. Log rotate determines how often the logs get essentially rotated, meaning they're overwritten. Let's go sudo mousepad etc log rotate.conf. All right, and here's the default settings. It says C, first line is a comment, says C man log rotate for details. Okay, and you can see here that the log files are rotate log files weekly, keep 4 weeks worth of backlogs, rotate 4, create new empty log files after rotating old ones. That's just the keyword is create. Use date as a suffix. Okay, so here's commented out, so it's not using it. Uncomment this if you want your log files compressed. So we don't want them compressed. And then packages drop log rotation information in this directory. Include etc log rotate d. All right. Now, one of the things that we might want to do, all right, is to go ahead and have the log files rotated out more often, all right, so that it's not maintaining logs for very long. So we could go ahead to, if we're trying to be stealthy on this system, we could like rotate out every week and do a daily rotate. All right. So it's only going to keep, okay? Rotate the logs out daily and keep 4 weeks worth of backlog, so we can go ahead and actually we could just make it even simpler, and that would be simpler to go ahead and comment this out, right? And so it's going to just rotate logs on a daily basis. And so next day they're going to start overwriting, meaning the evidence is going to be removed almost, it was in 24 hours. Making our activities, there'd be no, so once we're inside the system, if we're inside this Linux system, either as an insider or as a hacker who's gotten inside, we can go ahead and start trying to cover our tracks by manipulating the log system, okay? Taking away, making sure no evidence is left behind. Let's go ahead and then close this, and let's not save it. Now, one of the things we could do even more effective is when we come into a system is simply turn off logging, right? So we could go do sudo, all right? And this is where things are a little bit different than in the textbook, okay? In Linux Basics for Hackers, so shouldn't call it a textbook, is that we should use the system control, right? Sudo system control, and then our syslog stop. What this does is it stops the logging system entirely. So if we have just hacked into the system, now we can go ahead and turn off the logging so that there's no evidence left behind. Let's go ahead and do that. Unknown command, rsyslog. Is it rsyslog D? I think is what it is. Let's see. Unknown verb. Oh, I got it in the wrong order. That's the problem. Let's go. It should be stop. Stop. our syslog like that. Stopping our sys, but can still be activated by syslog socket. Okay, so now there's no logging taking place. So all of our activities now are not going to show any activity, and it's going to be very, very hard to determine what we're doing. Okay, or if we're even in there. Let's go ahead and look at the contents of some of the log files. So let's go say var log. These are the ones that are already in there because we just turned off logging. And these are the authorization log. Let's see what we have there. And let's put in a star to get all of them. All right, you can see there's a few of them here. Some of them have been compressed. You can see they're gzipped here. There's others here. Now let's go ahead and say more var log or var. Let's see what's inside these auth log. Tells me permissions denied. I need sudo. All right, only the root user has access to those. And you can see there's a whole lot in these files. All right. See system open, session open for root. All right. These are all the, this is a very small percentage of all the open and closed by root. And this would probably what we'd want to do. Let's go ahead and do Control C, or I'm sorry, Q to get out. Let's try using tail. Remember we learned the tail command? Let's go tail -20 and the same file. We're going to need to use sudo on this as well. This will just show us the last 20 lines, which is really what's most important to us. Var log. These are the authorization logs, right? Option used an invalid content. Let's see. Take off the. There we go. I was asking for multiple files to tail. You can't do multiple files. I was using the wildcard. And you can see here's a Kali logging in. You can see Kali, and then all the uses of sudo by Kali. These are all being logged by the rsyslog. Not anymore because we've disabled it now. But what if we wanted to get rid of these as well, right? So one of the things we could do is to go ahead and shred these. And there's a command in Linux called shred. Let's go ahead and clear our screen here. Clear. I don't know why my fingers always want to type it wrong. There's a command called shred. Let's go, not Shrek, but shred. Let's go look at the help screen for shred. What shred does is it goes ahead and takes a file and overwrites it multiple times so that it cannot be recovered. So what we could do is to take that file and write over it, and let's go and try it. So sudo shred. So if we delete a file, if you try to delete a file, it's still there for a forensic investigator can still find a deleted file. Shred, though, overwrites the file, so it cannot be recovered. So shred, we're going to do a force-n, okay, 10 times, this is going to overwrite it 10 times to the var log auth log. Let's get that dot in there, dot log. And let's go ahead and now, if we go ahead and say tail, our tail command to read that file, let's take a look at what it shows now. You can see that everything, nearly everything, some of it's still there, and so surprisingly, nearly everything has been shredded. Let's try shredding again. 4's 10 times over, and then let's look at it again. There, got most of it shredded. For some reason, there's parts of it that are not. Might have to keep on doing it to get rid of all of it. So that kind of covers up our evidence that we've been there. All right. So that's logging. We learned a little bit about what goes on in a normal system, all right, and then how we can go ahead and cover our tracks if we've hacked into a Linux system and don't want to leave any evidence behind. So let's move on now to chapter 12, which is using and abusing services in Linux. Welcome to day 3 of Linux Basics for Hackers V2. This is OTW, and this is Hackers Arise. In day 3, we're going to look at initially some services in Linux, Unix, and we'll look at anonymity. We've got quite a few things we want to do. Anonymity, wireless networks, and proxy chains. So we've got quite a bit to cover here. Let's get started. All right. Let's go ahead and exit from here, open up our Kali, and here we are. Okay. So in this section, we're going to be looking at services. We've previously looked at some of the logging in the Kali. We're on chapter 12, by the way, using and abusing services. And in the book, I use the command service, all right? And that still works, but there's a new command called system control. It's probably a good idea to get used to it. I've used it previously in the videos. We should use sudo before it. Service was a way to be able to start and stop services in Linux. System control now does the same thing. The syntax is very similar. And the reason that you should become familiar with it is that service is going to be deprecated. So it means that it's not going to be available in the near future. But let me just show you that both will work. Let's go sudo service start, and let's say I should actually be the service name. So start Apache 2, the web server, and start it. Start. Okay, it'll do nothing. It looks like it does nothing. But when we go ahead and do ps-aux, we should see Apache right here. You see it right in here? Okay. And then we can go ahead and stop Apache. All right. And that stops Apache. Now, the more modern syntax is going to be system control. So it'll be sudo, okay, system ctl Apache 2 start. They changed the order in using system control. Should be start. Here we go. Start Apache 2 and starts Apache 2. All right. Now let's go ahead and check to see if it's up and running. Go AUX, and we should see it running there. So either one of them works now. All right. Soon we'll see that service will be deprecated, so it won't be available to us. So it's a good idea to get familiar. The only real difference between it is whether or not the verb comes first or second. So for instance, over here in system control, the verb start comes first. Under service, okay, the verb comes last. All right. And then also we can use the verb restart. All right, so this shut it down, restart it. Okay, so if we make a change to say the configuration file, we want to go ahead and restart it so it uses the new configuration file, the new changes to the configuration file. You should have Apache 2 installed by default, all right, on your Kali. If it's not, you can simply go sudo apt. In the book, I use apt-get. Once again, apt-get is being deprecated, apt-get. So this is what some of the things we'll put into the second edition of the book. Either one of them work. Okay, apt is newer, and then install Apache 2. If you're not using Kali, say you're using something like Ubuntu, what have you, and go ahead. Okay, and it tells me that it didn't go out. I think the system is not natted right now. It's for multiple reasons. Yesterday's class, we were using it on an internal machine, and so it's not natted. So if I wanted to get it out, I would have to nat it. All right. So now to check to see whether or not the Apache 2 is actually open and available to us, let's go ahead and go to web browser. And let's go to 127.127.0.0.1, or, okay, there we go. Look at that. Yours should be different. In the book, I show you the default web page for Apache 2. This is one that I changed for a example in another class. Okay, but you should get the Apache 2 Debian default page. And what we're going to do here now is that we're going to actually go ahead and make some changes and make our own web page. So let's go ahead and let's open up a text editor. And in this case, Mousepad is the default GUI text editor. And Kali, this is Kali 2023. So what we need to do is go ahead and open up the index HTML file under the Apache server. So let's go here and go, it'll be at W, should be at var, okay, var www HTML and index HTML. All right. And here's the web page that I created there. It was in this case, we were using it to demonstrate how you could do a request, a cross script request forgery. All right, let's go ahead and start a new one. And let's just go ahead and delete all this material. And let's go create a new web page. Okay, this is going to be real simple, just to demonstrate how it works. Start off with the tag HTML, all right? And then the next tag is going to be body, all right? And then we're just going to go ahead and do H1, whoops, H1, and hackers arise is the best place to become a cyber warrior. Everybody knows that, right? So and then we'll go ahead and put an exclamation point in, close the tag, H1, close, all right? So real simple. Obviously, if you want to put a commercial website up, you do a lot more work. But the important point here is that we know that we can go ahead and create a simple website and then put it at index HTML, and then that becomes the website that's hosted by Apache 2. Okay, and we're going to close that with close that script. That's all we're going to do. I do a little more in the book, but you can do more if you want. But let's close the body. And so every tag you open, you have to close. All right, so this one here has to be closed with the slash like that. Notice it turns red. So we get a little help by the mouse pad. And then we got to close the HTML tag up here. And looks good. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, we'll save it as the index HTML. Looks like we have another one over here too we could take a look at. Okay, but in any case, let's save it. Let's replace it. All right, and then let's go over to our browser. Oh, here it is. All right, and then refresh it, and you can see that we've got a new web page up being served by Apache 2. So the important point here is, one, that you know how to start and stop and restart the service. Okay, use system control or service. You should probably move towards system control, as that's the newer command, and service is going to be deprecated. All right, very simple web page, but now at least you know how to start and stop it, and how to build a simple and host a simple website. And you could put a much more elaborate website in there and host it exactly the same place. All right. Beyond the scope of this class, that would be more of a web design HTML class. That's for our next service. Let's go ahead and take a look at. Let's go and open up another terminal. Okay, we're going to open up another service, and this is going to be the MySQL MariaDB. Now, a couple words here, because a number of people have sent me emails regarding MySQL. MySQL was first developed in the 1990s. I don't have the year right here on top of my head, but it became really the very first open source database. It then got purchased by Oracle. So there was some concern by the developers and other people who used it that MySQL would somehow be commercialized by Oracle, and to a certain extent it has. Okay, because Oracle obviously has other databases. There was concern that would no longer be free, would no longer be open source, and after the do not compete clause in the contract of the developers of MySQL expired, they went ahead, and I think it was 5 years, they went ahead and create MariaDB. They're both open source. They're almost clones of each other. There are small differences between them. It's also worth noting that MySQL is behind a huge number of websites. Almost all of the CMSs that are out there, whether it be Ruby on Rails or Joomla or WordPress, are using MySQL or MariaDB as their backend database. Okay. As a matter of fact, if you've heard the term LAMP stack, let me put that up on the screen. Okay, open up a notepad here to show you. You may have heard the term LAMP stack. All right, LAMP should be all caps though. LAMP. All right. This stands for Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP, Perl, possibly. Both of them are often included as a P here. This is a stack of applications that are used for creating websites and web servers, right? So that's what the LAMP stack is. So we've got Linux, our Kali, Apache, what we started. We have MySQL, and we don't have, well, we do have it on our system. We're not using it right now, PHP and Perl. So if you're talking about any of the big CMSs, okay, CMSs are content management systems. WordPress, okay, uses the uses MySQL. Joomla does. Let's see, what else? Um, Oh, Ruby on Rails. Okay, that's the other one I was trying to figure out. All right, Ruby and a number of others. So these big CMSs comprise about almost half of all the websites in the world. So you see that we've got MySQL on about half of the websites. In addition, okay, MySQL has been used as a database for a number of the big websites, including Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Kayak, Walmart, Wikipedia, YouTube, Amazon. Okay, all of these have used MySQL as a backend database. Now, in most cases, they've taken MySQL and they've made some enhancements. It's open source, so you can go ahead and add your own features, your own commands, what have you, to make it suit your needs. But they all started off with MySQL as the backend database. MySQL is installed on a number of Linux distributions by default, including our Kali Linux. All right. So if it's not, of course, we know how to do that, right? We can simply go sudo apt MySQL. All right. Get the sudo apt install MySQL. That'll do it. All right. And it's in almost all the repositories. It's in Kali's repository. It's in Ubuntu's. It's in Fedora's. It's in almost all of the Linux, if not all of them. All right. So let's go ahead and start our MySQL. So we can go sudo, okay, system control, and then start MySQL. All right. Asks me for my password. All right. And then let's go PSAUX to see whether it's actually been started. And let's see if we can find it here. I am not seeing it. So let's go, just use a PSAUX grep MySQL. And you see there it is. Okay. So even though I couldn't see it, that's why the grep command is so useful. It may not be immediately apparent just scanning them. This is a lot of lines here. But using the grep command, I can extract the lines that have MySQL in them. All right, good. So we got MySQL running. That's the good part. Now, what we want to do is to log in to MySQL. So let's go MySQL and then -u, and then for the root user, and then -p means prompt us for a password. So ask us for a password. We don't have one. By default, there isn't one. There isn't a password on root when it's initially installed. And access denied. Let's go. All right. Let's try sudo. And then go Kali. There we go. Okay, so sudo was the only thing that we were missing. Now notice that when I run MySQL, it comes back and tells me that Maria is running. This has been confusing for a lot of folks. Okay, so basically we have a link, okay, between the command MySQL and MariaDB. Maria is actually running, but we can access it the same way we would access MySQL. They're basically clones of each other, and they have links between the names of the different databases. If we could, let me open up another terminal, and I'll show you what happens if we go, let's go system, let's go sudo, system control, all right, start Maria DB. And it's trying and trying. Let's give it a moment. And it's still trying. and it's still trying. Okay, so it's not finding Maria. Let's see if we can, let's try stopping Maria. So what this is telling us is that we really, even though the underlying database is MariaDB, we should still use the term MySQL. This has become confusing to a lot of folks when they went ahead and ran this. So you can see the prompt says MariaDB. Over here it tells us, that we're connected to MariaDB. All right. Now, some of the key commands in working in any database, okay, the database language is SQL. Okay, that's nearly every database uses this language. It has some variations between different databases, but 80–90% of it's the same no matter what database you're using. So the key words are going to be select, union, insert, is when you're inserting data, as you might expect, update data. If you're pulling data from a table, it'd be from. You have a where. If you want to go ahead and set conditions of the data you want to see, and delete. These are all keywords in SQL. The typical query, a query, so I'm trying to pull information from a database, is going to look like this. Select, and I could put in a star for all columns, all right, from the table name, say table name is users table, where name is equal to Smith. All right. That will go ahead and give me all of the columns from the user table and show me just the records where Smith is the last name. All right. So that's real simple, basic SQL. It's actually a pretty simple language to learn. So if you wanted to learn a database language, one language to start off with, SQL is an easy one. The key with SQL is not syntax. It's really very syntactically simple. It's logical though. It's how you got to think about the logic of the system of how to retrieve the data. It's syntactically, it's really simple. So let's go back to our MySQL or MariaDB. And one of the things we can do is show database. So databases. Look at that. We got some databases in there. All right, we got an information schema and a performance schema. And by default, we have a MySQL database. Now remember the terminology here. We have a database management system, DBMS. That is MySQL or Maria. But within that software, we have created 3 databases. All right, information schema, MySQL, and performance schema. The first and the last one are basically databases for the database. All right, these are databases that the database management system uses to be able to manage the system. All right, so what we might want to do, well, let's just look at, let's go to information schema. So let's say use information schema. This is the database for the database. All right. Database change. All right. Now we can go show tables. This will show me all the tables in the database. And there's a heck of a lot of them. All right. I can then switch to use the MySQL database. All right, then we change the database, and I can do show tables here. And those are all the tables in the MySQL database. One of the things that we might want to do with this database is notice that we didn't have a password, right? So to update the password, here's how we would do it. You go update, and the user, update the user, and then set password, okay, equal to password is then equal, to hacker. Let's call it root. Let's go root, not a safe password, but root. Let's put in where user is equal to root. And I got to end it with a semicolon. All right. So now it says one row was affected. Okay. That means now the next time we log in, let's try it. Let's go ahead and quit. All right. It tells me bye. Now let's try logging in again. All right. So go sudo mysql -u root -p, mean prompt me for the password. It says ask me for a password. And remember earlier I just hit enter, no password. I'm gonna do that now. And it came in. It came in and let me in without a password. This is intriguing. It let me in without a password. This shouldn't be the case. And up to, unless that, I'm going to go ahead and quit again. And let's try logging in again, but this time let's try using the password. And lets me do that as well using root. This seems odd that it's allowing me to come in with no password. Oh, well, I'm not sure what's going on here. Why it's doing that? It should not. It should require. It's letting me go in either way, with a password and without a password. Okay, so what I did while we were off there for a second, I went ahead and did a select user, show me who the user is, and it comes back and tells me I'm root on localhost. Right? That's what I want to be. That's what it should be. Let's go ahead and quit. Let's try logging in again. All right, with no password. And I got to put the sudo in there. And no password. And then let's go select user. Close it with a semicolon. And still root on localhost. Seems a little strange. Let's try changing the password again. Password, and we'll make it into let's make it into OTW. And we're changing the password here. No database look. Oh, I'm not in database. use MySQL. Database changed. And let's go ahead and do update the password. There we have. Okay. And then go select user and root on localhost as I should be. All right. So that's a quick and dirty lesson on MySQL. That's just showing you a few commands. And we're in a MySQL. Remember I told you we can do show tables, right? And let's do something. Let's do a quick a quick display of some of the key. That's what we want to look at. Which we really don't have a good. Well, we can do this. We can go select. Okay, all. Okay, from users. From users. This would be the user table, right? User, and you can see it's all binary. Okay, for the most part. We got a bunch of all these are all the fields for the users. Okay. And let's see if we can find our, here we are, localhost root, and there's our password right there. Let's try, let's go select all from, let's see, what do we have up here? Host. Should just be localhost, but let's check. Okay. It's an empty set, there's nothing there. Here's events. Let's see what we have there under events. And there's nothing in there either. We can go ahead and create database. We'll call this database Hackers Arise. You have an error in your syntax. Check the manual that corresponds to the Maria database. Okay. Create database Hackers Arise. Let's I think the problem is that dash in Hackers Arise. Let's try this. There we go. Got a new database. Now if we go show databases, got to spell it right. You can see our new database is right there, and then we can go ahead and go use database. Use Hackers Arise. Hackers Arise. And now we're in the Hackers Arise database. So simple, quick, dirty lesson in MySQL. This isn't a class in databases, although maybe we should add one. So we're going to move on to the next service, and that's going to be Postgres. But first, I have to go ahead and quit out of MySQL. All right, and we're going to look at the Postgres SQL. And the reason that we look at Postgres SQL is that it is the database that Metasploit, the world's most widely used exploitation framework, uses as its back end. If you don't have it, okay, on your system, all right, you can always go sudo apt install Postgres SQL. All right, or actually just Postgres is the way to use it. Let's just check to see if it's in there. Postgres. Postgres says unable to locate. No, it may not be in there, the Kali any longer, but it should be on our system. Let's try starting it. Let's go sudo system control. If you have Metasploit installed, you probably have Postgres installed. Postgres SQL. Let's go ahead and start. Postgres SQL. All right, it started. Then let's go and check to see if it's up and running. Go AUX, no dash before it. AUX, and then pipe it to grep Postgres. Postgres is open source. Some people consider it to be a more sophisticated database for a number of reasons. For using in a enterprise environment, and that's why Metasploit and a number of other applications that need a more sophisticated database use Postgres. So we've got Postgres running. One of the things that if you're using the uh, Metasploit database, if you're using Metasploit and you want to use this database, you have to start Postgres first. All right. So we've started it right here, and then we can start the Metasploit, and Metasploit will automatically use this as a backend database. Let's go ahead and do that. This is the Metasploit framework if you haven't seen it before. It's developed by a firm called Rapid7 out of the Boston area, and it's basically a framework for penetration testing. There we are. It has all kinds of exploits, auxiliary modules, post-exploitation, payloads, encoders, maps, and evasion modules. But one of the things, if you're running it, one of the first things you want to do is to initialize the database. All right, so we can do MSF init. All right, MSFDB init. And this should initialize the database that then Metasploit can use it. Mine might be already be initialized. Let's see on this system. Run as root, yes. Sudo MSFDB init. You see it is, mine wasn't initialized. So we're going ahead and initializing the database. You can see it's creating a database, all right, called MSF, creating another one called MSF test, creating a configuration file, creating an initial schema, and now it's done. So now you're ready to use the Postgres database as the backend database on Metasploit. This means now that you can store your information from your scans and from your exploits into this database, and it speeds up the process of using it in a penetration test. All right, let's conclude then chapter 12. Let's move on to chapter 13. Let's begin chapter 13 now. Chapter 13 is titled Becoming Secure and Anonymous. As you know, almost everything we do on the internet is being tracked, okay, by Google, by Bing, by the National Security Agency, or whoever your national spy agency is. It's easy enough for them to track us because we leave behind a number of indications, including the cookies in our browser. So what we're going to do in this chapter is to look at ways that we can become anonymous on the web. You know, every time that you go to a website, you leave behind your IP address. So the packet that gets to your website has the return IP address on it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to know where to come back to, right? So if you ever used Wireshark, and we can use Wireshark here. Let's go ahead. First of all, I want to change my network settings, and let's put it out to NAT network, okay? And then let's go and get a DHCP assigned IP address, DH client, ETH0. So that'll give my ETH0 interface a IP address to be able to connect to the rest of the world. We'll go ping Google. Make sure we got, yep, there we go. And just to kind of show you what we're talking about here is that we can go and do a what's called a trace route, okay? A trace route. And trace route will show us the path that our packets go to, say, google.com or any website, okay? It shows you each one of the hops, all right? And it's hopping, 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 and then eventually we'll get to Google. Gone through 12 hops already. Still hopping. I wonder if my, yeah, it's still hopping. This is unusual. It shouldn't have to hop that much. I'm going to stop it. Let's go ahead and ping Google again. The fact that it's hopping that many times tells me it probably is lost. No, it's still, that's unusual. Let's try trace route to Hackers Arise. HackersArise.com. Notice it says 30 hops max. That's how many hops it'll make between each one of the routers, okay, over the internet to get to its destination. Up to 17. This is unusual. Usually you can get to almost any place in the world in about 15 hops. I'm not sure why we're getting this anomalous results right now. To further demonstrate, or to demonstrate, since that one really didn't, let's go ahead and open up Wireshark to show you what I'm talking about. Sudo Wireshark. Okay, so let's go ahead. This is Wireshark. If you haven't used it before, it allows you to watch the packets go across the wire. Let's go here. And let's go ahead and generate some traffic. Let's go to Hackers Arise. Here we are. You should begin. Oh, I think I might have. Let's go ahead and turn off the proxy. I got a proxy turned on here for web app hacking. Let's go here to network settings. No proxy. Say OK. All right. Now let's go ahead. You can start to see the packets go across here. It's going to Hackers Arise. And each one of these packets has a source IP address and a destination IP address. That means that any website that you go to is going to know exactly what IP address you're coming from, all right, and being able to trace you. That might be a problem if you want to remain anonymous. One of the ways that you can remain anonymous is to use a network called Tor. All right, let's go over here and let's go to the Tor network. Tor network. The Tor network, there we got some nice pictures. Okay, the Tor network is a network that was designed for anonymity. All right, designed for anonymity. Let's open up some of these pictures here to kind of show you how Tor works. All right, so here's the Tor client. That would be me. All right, and I go to what's called an entry guard, and then another relay, and another relay, and then to my destination. All right, you can see that the green, all right, over here is all encrypted. So nobody can see either the contents of what I'm sending nor the IP address, because the IP address is also encrypted. This system was developed by the US Navy to allow them to be able to cruise the web anonymously, and it's now an open source project and still available. And it essentially gives you access to the dark web. All right, it can give you anonymity too. If you just want to go around the web and not have anybody know what you're doing, you can go ahead and use the Tor browser, or you can use it to get on the dark web. Let's go ahead and download the browser. Here's the Tor network, the Tor project right here. This is your access, if you want to the dark web and all the dark secrets that are there. And there's some dark secrets there. Let's go ahead and download the Tor browser. It's download for Linux. And we're going to open it up with the archive manager. Okay, it's downloading. A few more seconds to go. And it should open up the Tor browser. There's the archive manager. The archive manager should extract it. Remember earlier we were talking about compressing and archiving. Notice that this is a tar XZ, all right? And then we're going to go ahead and extract it. And where's our Tor browser at? Oh, let's go ahead and extract. Extraction complete. All right. Let's go see if it's going. Oh, here it is right here. It's already there. No, that's not it. Let's go up here and see if it put it into our. I don't see it. So let's go and open up and let's go and see, take a look in our Kali. Here's our Tor browser right there. All right, so let's go CD to Tor, tab to autocomplete. All right, then do an ls-m and start Tor browser. Let's Start Tor browser desktop. I wonder if it put a link on the desktop. Let's see if I see it here. I don't see it. But let's just go ahead and there we go. There's our Tor browser. Okay, you ready for the dark web? All right. Click connect. Now, what this is going to do is that it's going to connect this browser to the Tor network. You're not going to be going through the normal routers on the internet. You're going to be going through Tor routers that are going to encrypt and anonymize your traffic. Sometimes it can be pretty slow, depending upon how close the Tor a Tor router is and what capacity that Tor router has. So let's connect to it. It's going to go ahead and start connecting to a Tor relay. Now, I'm not going to show you how to navigate the dark web. Okay, I will show you how to use the Tor browser to remain anonymous on the regular web. Right? You can still use Tor on the regular web. You can use it on the dark web too, but you're going to do your own exploration there because I don't want to be responsible for people getting themselves into trouble or causing trouble on the dark web. So you just have to do your own exploring there. Here's our Tor browser. All right. So now we can simply go something like, Hackers Arise. And when we go to Hackers Arise, and when we go to Hack, notice it's slow. Okay. There it is. So now I've gone to Hackers Arise, and the folks at Hackers Arise don't know who I am. All right. They can't trace my IP address. What they will get is an IP address from the last node that I went through, all right, getting there. So let's go back here. Let's look at some of those pictures. And let's go back to look at some of those pictures again on the Tor network to demonstrate what's happening. All right, so here's the Tor network. Here's a picture of the Tor network or a schematic. So I'm the client. I've gone into an entry guard and then to a relay and then to another relay. When my traffic appears at the destination, in this case Hackers Rise, it has the IP address of the exit relay. Doesn't have mine, okay? So all they know is that there's this exit relay here, this IP address, and this IP address might be a Tor router any place on the planet, all right? And it's not going to lead back to me. All right, so that's a quick and dirty lesson on the Tor network. You can use it to go anywhere on the web anonymously. All right, it's kind of an important thing to get to know and get familiar with. The next thing that I want to show you is what is called proxy chains. All right, let's go and open up a terminal here, and we're going to, let me close some of these things down. It's possible to use the regular routers on the internet and still anonymize your traffic. All right, so there's a thing called proxy chains built into Kali. Let's go back a level and let's go locate proxy chains. Yeah, you can see proxy chains. There's an application that allows you to use proxies around the world so you can hide your traffic. So let's go to use proxy chains. What we need to do is, first of all, to look at its configuration file, sudo mousepad proxy chains. That should be etc proxy chains. .conf. Yep, type my password wrong. There we go. So to use proxy chains is pretty simple. All right, it looks like it's more difficult than it really is. Basically, this is the configuration file, and you simply need to set up this configuration file to tell it where you want to go, what proxies you want to use. All right. So let's look at each of the options. Here's proxy chains. These are all comments here, so there's nothing to do here. It's just telling you what it can do. The option below identifies how the proxy list is treated. Only one option should be committed at a time, otherwise the last appearing option will be accepted. So it's kind of important to know that all these options are going to go ahead and only the last option is the one that's going to use. So make sure you select the right one. You can see that strict chain is uncommented. Dynamic chain is commented out, so we're not using it. Each connection will be done via chained proxies. All proxies chained in the order as they appear in the list. At least one proxy must be online to play in the chain. Okay, that's a strict chain. I'm sorry, dynamic chain. Strict chain is each connection will be done via chained proxies. All proxies chained in the order as they appear in the list. All must be online. So if one of them is down, then it's not going to work. That's important to know. Notice it's a dynamic. Each connection will be done via chain proxies. All proxies chained in order as they appear in the list. At least one has to be online. Then you have a random chain. Each connection will be done via random proxy from the list. This option is good to test your IDS. All right. Then you can determine the chain length. So let's go ahead and choose the random proxy. And let's go ahead and comment out. Remember that you can only choose one. Comment out, we'll do random proxy. Each connection will be done via random proxy. Okay. And then the chain length, how many links are there going to be in the chain? Okay, let's take that out and let's make it say 3. And then we then go ahead and make a list of proxies. Here's some other timeout issues here. So it'll time out if it doesn't make a connection. Notice down here it says add proxy list here. All right, add proxy list here. So here's it showing us how to make a proxy list. We simply need to define the type of proxy, the IP address, and the port, and if there is a username and password. Now, the next step is to find some proxies. Let's go over here, and this is using the Tor. We don't have to use Tor. We can use just any browser. We can go ahead and say, okay, let's look for, say, free proxies. Free proxy list, high quality and fast. Perfect. Free and fast. What more could you ask for? Get your 10 free proxy lists right away. Each month you will receive required bandwidth. No credit cards required. This one's going to require that we create an account. Let's go ahead and do that. There's a number of these online, by the way. It's not just this one. All right, so I'm going to go ahead, log in the proxy control panel. I got to create an account. All right. And as I'm creating this account, you'll notice that my email address is on Proton Mail, which is probably one of the safest emails to use. I'm going to take this off screen so you don't see my password. Let's see. You're not going to see it anyways. And we're going to create an account. And so we'll save it. It says stairs. This is a stairs. Looks like I got all the stairs. Let's see if I got them all. This CAPTCHA. All right. And so now that I'm inside, I can go ahead and claim my free proxies. Choose a country. Well, let's see. United States. Choose the countries for your proxies. Let's go and use all countries. And let's say we want to use, there's my account being open. Let's go HTTP. Okay. And we'll go without, just use IP authentication. Oh, I'm gonna have to authenticate my account. Thank you for signing up. Confirm email now. Okay, I'm confirming. All right, let's go and refresh this. And here's my proxy list. All right, I can use these proxies to be able and put them on my list and then send my information, send my traffic through them. So here's one in Brazil. All right, let's go ahead and copy this one and the port. Let's go copy it. And then where's my, I'm trying to find my mouse pad. Oh, here it is. Okay, so I just need to go ahead and put these, all right, and the port. Let's see if I can clear up my screen a little bit. Got a lot of things running here. Let's close this. Wireshark. And let's go over here. And you see that I just put the one in for Brazil. It should be 8151. All right, here it is. Tab 8151. Also note that I should have put in HTTP, the type HTTP tab. All right, so that sets up my first proxy. Put my next proxy in. All right, then I go back to my, and let's see, here's another one. That should be 8152. Let me fix that. 8152, not 51. It will fail otherwise. And the next one's going to be HTTP. And this one's going to be 4594. And it's going to be 8110. Tab 8110. Let's set up one more. We told the chain had 3, so let's make sure we get 3. And let's go back here. And this last one we're going to use in Germany. It's 9, and it's going to be port 9183. Okay, so what this is going to do now is it's going to use these 3 proxies to send my traffic, okay, to any place that I go. And we've set it up for a random chain, so it's going to use any one of the three, all right, to be able to go ahead and send traffic. It has to, in this case, the random. Each connect will done via random proxy from the list, all right, and we have a chain length of 3, so it's going to do 3 of them. We put in a chain length of, say, 2. Let's do that. Then it'll only use 2 of them. It'll randomly go through them. This way, each time you connect to that particular website, it's going to show a different IP address. Then all you need to do is save. All right. Also, I want to point out at the very bottom of proxy chains, you can see the defaults are set to using Tor. All right. We don't want to use Tor. Let's go. We could use Tor, but let's take it out. Okay, and save it again. And now to use proxy chains, all we need to do, let's go ahead and close down our Firefox. All right, and let's open up a terminal, and we can go proxy chains, and then Mozilla or Firefox, and it will automatically begin using the proxy chains for our traffic in Mozilla. There we go. All right. Look, it's coming back and says, need more proxies, need more proxies. So we didn't put enough in. It's probably because some of them are failing. Okay. That's one of the things that you'll find is that many times the proxies, you have to test each one of them out and try them out. Oftentimes they're up for a while, then they fail, they're down. In some cases, they're taken down by law enforcement. So that's the way you do it. All right. And let's take a look at the responses that we're getting. All right, so here's one that's denied. It's denying all of them. Looks like each one of them being denied. Looks like they may be password protected. Here's our chain. It's starting at this IP address here. All right, it's trying to connect and it's denied. It looks like these must be passwords. All of them are being denied. All right, so this service that we were using, sometimes the quality of these things are different, but this might be a situation where you have to have a password. It looks like, let's go back and look at it. Let's go ahead and stop. Let's stop this proxy chains here. All right, try to do a Control C out of it. There we go. Okay, let's open up Mozilla. Let's just go Firefox. And this one's called WebShare.io. Let's go back there and take a look at it. We may have needed authentication, WebShare.io. All right, let's log in. 10 free proxies with 1 gig of data. Let's go to our proxy list. Here's our proxy list. These may be, I'm not sure, it says username and password, but they're all blank. Let's try Googling free proxies. There's a number of sites that offer free proxies. That one apparently is not working. Free proxy list, hide your IP address. This is the one I use in the book. All right, it's called. Now they call it free proxy. Let's go ahead and go there. Looks like it's in the Czech Republic. All right, here's the free proxies. Okay, so you can go ahead and test some of these out, see which ones work best for you. And you can see they're rated by anonymity, high anonymity, transparent. That's not going to give you any anonymity if it's transparent. All right, you want the ones that are high anonymity. The other thing you have to ask yourself about these is why would somebody put up a free proxy? As I say in a number of places, including Hackers Arise, if a service is free, you, okay, are not the customer. You're the product. So you have to ask yourself, why are these people putting up free proxies? Why would they do that? I wonder why. There's a good question. All right. So before you start sending out traffic that you think is going to be anonymous, just think about why would they set up a free proxy for you. All right. Then let's move on to encrypted mail. My favorite encrypted mail, there's a number of them out there, but Proton Mail is my favorite. As you know, if you tried to email me, I use a Proton Mail address. This is Proton Mail, based out of Switzerland. Everything is encrypted. Even the folks at Proton Mail can't see your email. It's used by a lot of people around the world. It's very, very difficult for anybody to get inside these mail servers, and if they do, then all they're going to see is a bunch of binary data. It's just not. If you're like, if somebody got a search warrant for Gmail, they would go into your Gmail account and read all your Gmail accounts, right? Or Hotmail or Outlook or what have you. Here, what happens is that your email gets encrypted in your browser and then gets decrypted at the other browser. So nobody in between can see your email. And that's why I use it. That's why a number of other people use it as well. Probably the best encrypted email. There's a number of others out there. You can also set it up to delete your email after some time period. So if you send an email to somebody and within 10 minutes it gets deleted. Okay, it's no longer there, whether they've read it or not. All right, so it's one way to secure your email so that nobody can get a handle on it. Okay, let's go ahead, and that's the completion of chapter 13. Let's go on to chapter 14, which is wireless networks. Okay, let's move on to chapter 14, wireless networks. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and close down our browser here. All right, and we've got a terminal open here. Let's clear some real estate. One of the things that I'd like you to do before we get started on this section is to read the terminology on page 154 on wireless networks. You should know terms like AP, ESSID, BSSID, SSID. I'll throw some up on the screen for you. Let's talk about some of these. Okay, AP, access point. All right, ESSID. Now, you probably are familiar with SSID. That is the name on the AP. ESSID is the extended service set identifier. It's the same as the SSID, but it applies to all of the SSIDs within, say, an organization. You need to know a BSSID, and that's the MAC address. Let's see, we need to know channels. Okay, there's multiple channels, and there's 1 through 14, actually, 1 through 14 in wireless networks. In the US, we only use 1 through 11. Modes. In wireless, there's multiple modes. There is monitor mode, okay, which we'll be using. There's managed mode. And what's the other one? Master mode. Okay. Your wireless adapter is in managed mode by default. Monitor mode is when we're going ahead and picking up all of the packets on the network, so like a sniffer would, like Wireshark, other tools. And frequency. On wireless networks, they're either 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz or both. Most of the modern wireless networks now are running on both. Okay, so let's move on. Talk about wireless networks. If you're using VirtualBox, like I'm doing here, one of the first things you need to do is to connect your wireless adapter. All right. So you may very well be running off a laptop that has a wireless adapter in it. But when you're in VirtualBox, it takes that wireless adapter and converts it for the purposes of your virtual machine into a wired adapter. All right. So if I go ahead right now and go ifconfig, for instance, sudo ifconfig, and I'm running off a wireless. All right. Well, you can see that right here, I have ETH0. That's actually my wireless adapter that's connected to my physical machine. It comes in to my virtual machine like it looks like a wired adapter, right? So to do wireless in a virtual machine, you need to have an external, preferably USB. That's what I have here, wireless adapter. It's an external wireless adapter. This one's actually an Alpha card, the ones that I generally recommend. They're good, they're inexpensive, they work well for hacking. If you're wondering, well, why can't I simply use the wireless adapter on my virtual machine? Well, it's not going to work for hacking anyways, right? You need to have a special wireless adapter, and I talk a little bit about that on Hackers Arise. You need to have a wireless adapter that can inject packets. Most of them cannot. The ones on your laptop probably can. I can tell you with 95% certainty that your wireless adapter on your laptop cannot be used for hacking. So you might want to go ahead and buy one of these inexpensive alphas, and there's others that'll work as well. Not just the alpha. The alphas, you can pick them up new on Amazon for about $30. You can buy them used for $10, $15 on eBay and other places. All right, so the first thing we need to do is to do an ifconfig. Well, even actually, the first thing we need to do is go devices and go USB and make sure that is connected to your wireless, your virtual machine. Here it is. If it's not, you got to click on it and connect it. Take it from your physical machine and move it into your virtual machine. All right. So the first thing you see is we got the WLAN 0. That's wireless LAN 0. All right. Another command that we want to be familiar with is sudo iwconfig. It's a wireless config. All right. And it seems to be hanging here. There we go. All right. So it comes back and just shows us the adapters. It tells us which adapters have wireless extensions. And you see the only one that does is WLAN 0, which you would expect, right? It tells us is IEEE 802.11. That's what wireless is called technically, okay, by the IEEE is 802.11. Tells me the ESSID is off. It's in managed mode. That's typical. That's the way it's set up by default. That means that it only can see packets that are intended, that are going between it and the AP. All right, similar to a wire and a switch in a switch network. It shows me it's not associated with any access point, the power, all right, and a few other things. Now, one of the things that we can also use on the wireless adapter, is to see why APs are within range. And that's using the IW list. Let's go ahead and we'll try to detect all those APs that are nearby and list them out with their key specifications. So it's be sudo IW list scan and let it go out and scan. It's telling me my resources interface doesn't support scanning. And the light went off. Let's go see if, let's try sudo IW config again. Yeah, still there. Let's try running that command again. Scan. And it's trying now to scan. There we go. Let's see if it'll scan. It's trying. There we go. So notice that it's gone ahead and picked up a number of APs and given us key information about each one of them. So everything that's within range. And I have an antenna, a high gain antenna, and so we got several from outside the area. We can see that this one here is using channel 1, the encryption key's on, the ESSID. It's in master mode, okay? Master mode is what you would expect, right? Because it's the master. Its APs are in master mode. Here's another one over here. It's on channel 1 as well. Notice it's at 2.4 gigahertz. Let's see if this one appears at. This one is at 2.4 gigahertz as well. And ESSID is very similar. It's in master mode. Here's one called Mandela in master mode, 2.4 gigahertz. On channel 6, this one is. Notice here it says the address. That's the MAC address, okay? The globally unique MAC address. When we look further at wireless networks, this is often referred to as the BSSID. Tells us here the encryption is WPA2 version 1. This is a lot of information here. Here's another one on channel 9. This one's called Mandela 2. It's WPA version 1 as well. There's another one over here. This one doesn't have a name. Interesting. There's no names on channel 1, 2.4 gigahertz as well. WPA is the encryption, version 1. We can go through each of them. Another one with no name. Here's another one called Magic Cabin 2G extended. So, shows me all of them that it can reach, okay, in the immediate vicinity, depending upon the antenna you have and the strength of those signals. Now, the key piece of software that we need doing wireless work is called AirCrack. AirCrack is a suite of tools. All right, it's a suite of tools, and it does a number of different things. Ultimately, it can help us crack the Wi-Fi password. And if you want to learn more about that, I have a class on Wi-Fi cracking. You might want to go ahead and attend or purchase that video. But it has a number of different tools in it. And the first thing we need to do is to put our wireless adapter into what's called monitor mode. This is like promiscuous mode in a wired environment, so it can see all the packets going past me. All right. So to do that, we're going to go sudo airmon ng start. Okay, and then the adapter name, whatever your adapter name happens to be. Yours may be WLAN02, like mine. It may be WLAN1, WLAN2, WLAN3. Okay, and it may have another name. The key is that you get that name and use it here. So let's go ahead. This is putting the adapter into monitor mode. That's the first step. Okay, it did it. Came back with a couple of bit of information for us. It says, I found 3 pop processes that could cause trouble. Use airmon check kill before putting the card in monitor mode. They will interfere with change of signal, so let's go ahead and do that. It tells us that. So let's go and do sudo. I found generally that I don't get problems, but let's follow their directions. Check kill, so that if we do have problems, we know at least that that's not the source of the problem. And it's killing the problematic, yeah, there it is. It kills the problematic processes. Now, notice also that it went ahead and it changed the name of our adapter to now WLAN0mon. Okay, so that's one of the processes it does. So let's go and do sudo ifconfig. And you can see that our adapter now has a new name. And we have to use that name from now on. It has literally changed its name. And so if you're doing any work with that adapter, you have to use that name. So let's go ahead next and use the arrow dump command. Arrow dump basically is a command that allows us to see all the key information for hacking of all the APs nearby. So we just go sudo airdump ng and then the name of the adapter. In my case is WLAN 0, not O, but 0 mon, and run it. And soon, hopefully soon, we begin to see information. Nothing's coming up. This tells me that the adapter may have been dropped. Okay, it happens sometimes. Let's go ahead and stop it. Let's try sudo ifconfig and see if it's still connected to my virtual machine. It is. All right, that's good. Let's try running airmon again, or air dump, I'm sorry. Not picking up any traffic. No light is flashing on it. That's the key. Not getting anything. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect and connect it again. Let's go do this. Devices, network adapters. No, that's not what I want. I want devices, USB. There it is right there. Okay, it dropped it. Now let's go reconnect it. I won't attach it. Doesn't want to fail to attach it. Let's try again. Oh, there it is right there. Let's go. And it looks like my keyboard just failed. Let's go ahead and stop it. Let's try opening up another terminal. And fail to attach a USB to unknown device to the virtual machine. I think I have an additional problem in that I think I lost my keyboard. Let's try again. Let's open it up and go if. Oh, there we go. We got it back. Okay, sudo ifconfig. Okay, see, I lost my adapter. Let's see if I can get it attached again. Let's give it a shot. It shows it being attached. All right, let's detach it. Let's go ahead and attach it again. And it looks like it might have gotten attached. Let's try it. Let's do this ifconfig. Yeah, no, it didn't. Still didn't get attached. Let's look at here. Shows me that it's attached. All right, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and reboot my Kali. All right. Sometimes this happens, especially when you talk about networks. And let's go ahead and restart it again. It's one of the drawbacks of using a virtual machine. Sometimes the networking doesn't always work flawlessly. Let's give it a minute to reboot. We'll try again with our wireless network. All right, let's log in. And let's check devices, USB, and there it looks like it's attached. Okay, it says it's attached. Let's go ahead and the light, I can tell you the light's not flashing on it, so that's not a good sign. And let's do a sudo ifconfig. No, it's not attached. Let me physically try to attach and reattach it. Okay, try again. USB shows it right there. Let's go ahead and detach it and attach it. Essentially, we're mounting it is what we're doing. And let's do sudo ifconfig. Still no attachment. Light is on. That's a good sign. The light's on. And let's go. It's showing us that it's on. Let's do sudo iwconfig. All right. Hang on a second. I'm going to change adapters. Okay, we're back. When we left off, we were having some problems with the Alpha external Wi-Fi card connecting to Kali through VirtualBox. So what I did is I switched over machines to a machine that has VMware workstation on it. And I have a lot better luck with that one. So let's go ahead and do some basic Wi-Fi commands. So we go, let's start off with sudo ifconfig. That's sudo. So we'll type sudo. There we go. ifconfig. And we should be able to see, yeah, I've already placed it into monitor mode, so you need to use the air mod. We did that in the last video. So let's go now and put that into an air dump, okay, and see what it can show us. Air O dump ng, and we're going to go NWLAN 0 on. And we should now begin to see, okay, here you see. You can see up here, these are all the APs that are in range. Okay, and here are all the clients that are in range. So these would be the APs up here. All right, these are the BSSIDs. This is the MAC address, power, beacons, data per second, channel, megabytes, the type of encryption they're using, and the ESSID over here. Down below, we show the clients that are connected to these. Right? So we can see a number of different clients down here. Here's the BSSID of the. These are the APs over here, and then these are the MAC addresses of the clients. So we have all the information that we need to be able to hack these AP stations. We also can do a DOS attack against any of these by going out and sending deauthorization, deauth attacks against any of these APs. I'll kind of show you what we're doing, what we need to do that. All right, we can go. This is what a deauth would look like. We can go. First of all, I got to start out with sudo. Deauthorization means it's sending packets to knock everybody off the AP. Essentially becomes a DOS attack. Okay? So we're going to go here, replay. This is all laid out on Linux Basics for Hackers. And then it's going to be deauth, the deauth switch. Okay, so we're going to send deauth packets. And then we need to send those deauth packets, say number, say 100. And then here's where we got to take information from this screen over here. All right. So what we need to do next is go ahead and then tell it. Let's see. What do we need to tell it? We need to tell it both what the client and the AP is. All right. So let's see. We're gonna go. Let's do one thing before we go on. Let's go here, replay, and then go at the hill. Okay. So you can see here's the deauth right here. Right, here's the deauth. You can see that more and more clients are coming in here. So we've got a good picture of what's going on. This is when we have our Wi-Fi card in monitor mode, we can see everything is going through the air around us. All right. And I've got a long range antenna here, so we're seeing for quite a distance what's going on. But notice here's the deauth right here, and then we need to give it a count. That's what we were just doing. All right. And we look at some of the other switches as well. For instance, here we have the A switch is the BSSID of the MAC, okay, is the access point MAC address. And C is going to be the destination MAC address, okay. Let's see, anything else we need to look at there? See, also here's the B, setting the MAC address of the access point. What we're looking though at is a replay option. So set the access point MAC address, set the destination MAC address. Those are the ones that we need. So let's go ahead and set that up. And to go ahead and do a deauthorization attack or a DOS attack, I'm going to go sudo air replay. Okay, it simply sends packets into the AP, and then we'll say we'll put in 200. Okay, but we gotta put in the deauth first. Deauth. And how many we want to send? Say 200. And I'll send 200, and then I'll stop. And then we want to go ahead and say send them into. Let's go. Let's grab one of these here. Say this one right here. Let's quick copy and paste. It's simpler than trying to copy a MAC address. It's sometimes hard to capture these. Copy and paste. I'm trying. Let's try some of these others. Can I copy them? So I'm just going to enter it in. All right. So this one's going to be 00 colon 25 colon 9 C colon 97 colon and 4. I think I've got that 4F. Yep. And 48. So that's our destination MAC address. And then -C to go back to the replay options over here. Okay. replay is going to be, it's going to be set to destination address, right? C, and then we got to put in the destination MAC address, and then we just got to end it with the name of our adapter, WLAN 0 MA, WLAN 0. Now, when we hit enter, this will send out a surge of deauthorization packets into the AP, and it'll basically knock everybody off. Now, if you're trying to crack the AP, this might be useful to get everybody off the AP so they have to re-authenticate. And when they re-authenticate, that sends the hash of the from the client to the AP. And that we can intercept and then crack that. All right. So that's all I wanted to show you with the Wi-Fi. I think the most important thing here is to understand how we can do this reconnaissance and get all this information that we can use either for denying service or cracking. And we get into all of those services, all of those cracking techniques in the Wi-Fi hacking class. So if you want to know more about Wi-Fi hacking, that's the place to go. Next, let's go on to Bluetooth. All right, I'm going to go ahead and shut some of these screens down. Let's go clear and shut some of them down. We'll go on to Bluetooth. Okay, let's shut this one down. All right, let's go on to Bluetooth now. Once again, you have a Bluetooth adapter in your machine, your laptop, what have you. But to be able to connect to Bluetooth from your virtual machine, you're going to need an external adapter. It has to be Linux compatible. I've got a couple of them here, all right? And let's see, I've got one of them that is from Panda, and one of them, these are pretty inexpensive. They cost less than $10 a piece. Let me get my Bluetooth adapters here. One's from Panda and one's from Pluggable.